Hello.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome you over here. I just want to give brief introduction about this professor. Dr. Ranjit Kumar Devri is an assistant professor in healthcare management at the School of Management University of Hyderabad, where he has been teaching since 2018. He holds a PhD from IIT Kharagpur and MHA from his Mumbai and BHMS from Uttar University. He brings rich professional experience from both government and private healthcare organizations, including the National Health Mission, RUSA, Apollo Hospital, Hyderabad, and Dr. LH Hiram Nandini Hospital, Mumbai. His expertise spans healthcare system studies, public health, hospital operations, quality management, healthcare data analytics, and global health diplomacy. Dr. Ranjit has published widely in Focus, Web of Science, PubMed Index journals, presented in national and international conferences, and served as a resource person in healthcare management research at UoH. He teaches courses such as human resource management, patient care service, and strategic management in healthcare. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for your kind words. And again, welcome the esteemed teachers of professors of Andhra Pradesh, especially from undergraduate degree and professional colleges across Andhra Pradesh. You are really taking a responsibility of teaching students, guiding them, mentoring them, and so many other things. All the development of Andhra Pradesh, in fact, is happening due to teachers and experts of Andhra Pradesh, which is quite visible in India. In fact, one of the figure I like to tell you, though there are only 1,000 people, around 1,000 people having more than 1 crore income in entire Telangana, Andhra Pradesh have 5,000. That means 5 times crore-patis are there. Every year their earning is more than 1 crore, according to IT, information is the income tax department. I hope you are all up. You are from engineering background. All of no, not science background, engineering background. Engineering, how many of you are there? Nobody. Okay. So anyway, science is also the mother of engineering or applied things. So all of us know that during COVID time, we discovered vaccines. That is vaccine. Very much city you are in, that is in Genome Valley, we have our scientists have and NIB, National Institute of Virology, we discovered the vaccine. And also Serum Institute have done good work, which is situated in Pune for Covishield. And most of us are using these two vaccines. There are Sputnik also. Sputnik itself was tested in our Ready lab. Part of it is there in our university campus also, Institute of Life Science. If you have a morning walk or evening walk, you can see the institute. So all these modern developments are in no way less than the Western world. That is US, America, or Australia, or China, whichever, or Israel, whichever countries name you take, whatever development they are doing, research they are doing, our research and development are of that level. Even the laboratory you are using, what you are teaching to the students, physics, chemistry, mathematics, all these things are equivalent to world standard. That's why many of the Telugu community people proudly go and work in the United States or Australia or any developed country without much problem. It's not about money. Our talent is being recognized and rewarded. That is more than your monetary resource. Okay, so overall, all these things are possible because of artificial intelligence. Of late, in fact, artificial intelligence was there since 50 years or 60 years, but those things are not in public service. People don't use it either in schools, colleges, and different places. Last 15 years, or maybe 10 years, last 10 years is the watershed mark. Your Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu, also proudly mentioned that we will make a quantum valley in Bijawara or in that region, and they are working on it. And huge investment will come in that, so that those technologies will be used for humanity, not just for the development of Andhra Pradesh or India. Those will be of global technologies, and to get that global technology and use it in the betterment of humankind, we need some of the background work. We teachers usually excite people. It's not that we will do everything. If we simply tell, this is the website you can go and see, this is the repository you can go and see, that is also a great work as a teacher. Because I have been teaching in 5-6 institutes. Some of the institute maybe our rank or maybe little more, maybe little less. Colleges also I teach like you earlier, degree colleges. I also teach. So in that, if we give a small idea, students will pick it up and use their mobile phone, laptop or whatever, and they will be getting lot of information. But to know this information, where it exactly is, there is a lot of efforts needed. Either if your brain don't know where exactly you will find this information, even though you are given that information in front of you, you can't use it and get a good decision out of it. Okay, that's why today we will discuss details about repositories, their application, some of the problems, some of the websites I will ask you to open. Then when you see what are the things going behind, it will be quite interesting. Student will find very, very interesting. Maybe we will also solve some of the problem, but majority of the problem with the students have to search. Yeah, we will be doing these things. Data repositories, definition of a public data set, private data set, importance of a public data set, and popular public data sets we will discuss. That is Kaggle, Hugging Face data set, UCI, University of California, that is a US database. All the data are streamed online. Trust me, there is earlier, as I mentioned you, though artificial intelligence was there, still we do not get benefit out of it because people use password and protect their database. Internet was not that wide. In fact, after 2005 only or 10 only, internet was democratized. Democratized means everybody use it. Now, everybody means even though somebody is not literate, they are also using through mobile phone. Okay, so the data, internet, password protection have gone. Okay, now everything is being streamed upfront, so we can know it very well. So privacy, so all those things also we will discuss. Then some of the things, orange data mining, I will do, but later on other professors also will teach you how to use those things. So in this class today, what I like to focus you is that some of the critical aspects, some of the websites which have to be inquired, all these websites will also open. Then these things we will also discuss one by one. But before that, what is data set? As I mentioned that during COVID time, when our government and some of the scientists work on these things, they think that vaccine may not be developed within 6 to 9 months or within a short period. But how it was available? Because the platform is ready, the technology is there. Those who are from biological background or life sciences background might know clearly that vaccines use certain platform, certain technology. Those things are available. Then simulation and use of artificial intelligence help in solving the problems which usually take 3 years or 2 years before. Those things can be solved within 2-3 months. This Bharat Biotech, what it do? It was in vaccine business since last 20 years, 15-20 years. They have failed in many the vaccine development and succeed in some of the things. But when COVID opportunity came, they put their every resource, almost 200, 300 crore of money, rupees they have spent, and make sure that all these things get done quickly and faster. And they use artificial intelligence like anything. Then the work need to be done in 5 to 7 years was possible within 6 to 9 months. And we got the vaccine and lives are saved. So this sort of thing is available, not just done by big scientists. Even our farmers, Andhra Pradesh farmer or Telangana farmer, Indian farmer, they are now using artificial intelligence to know which variety of crop, that is the cash crop and other thing, in which season they will put, what is the oil, what is the rainfall sort of thing. All these data are available. Then they are finding out different. Earthquake data will decide whether you are going. You might see that when in Hyderabad, some of you are moving, there are so many high-rise buildings. Why high-rise buildings are in Hyderabad? There are many places in India you will not find much high-rise building. Though money is there. Why they are putting here? Because here the seismic zone is bit stable. Getting my point? This is available in science data. They are also simulating, and above all, they are also adopting earthquake resistant technologies, which are based on earthquake data over a period of maybe 100 years or 200 years, like that. Okay, whatever data is there. Because the equipment can measure it. But as a human being, can we analyze lakhs of data set? No. As a standard one student, one may be using 5-6 data set if you give addition multiplication. Even at 10th level, one can do 5-digit calculations and pass the exam or the exam. But can somebody do thousands and lakhs of data sets and derive decision out of it as a human being? It's not possible. How it is possible? Calculator will do it. Artificial intelligence will do it much faster. Now, the data of entire globe is available, like healthcare data. You know, there was a university called John Hopkins University. They put every data without any password. Then everybody see the data, how the COVID is spreading, different things are happening in the world. So that lockdown happened, your transportation restrictions happen. To facilitate logistics, they take decisions. Your government also, lockdown opening also happened based upon certain data, certain numbers. It's not possible for a human being sitting, he may be a big medical officer or scientist, but without using these technologies, these systems, he can't solve any problem. Getting my point? So, your job is to guide the student, mentor the student that what are different data sets and how they will do the analysis to derive the inferences out of it. So, just see here, data repositories, data sets in AI. Why data matters in AI? Can somebody tell? Why data matters in AI? See, as I told, artificial intelligence was there since many years. Okay. Now, the increase of artificial intelligence and the decrease of natural intelligence is happening also. Okay, so there is an indirect relationship. Okay, so but things were not happening properly because every data set is password protected. So the more the data, the better the decision making, the better the policy making, better the scientific outputs. Other things will be better day by day. Getting my point? So if you see here, one small example just I am giving you. There is a pharma company called Cipla. I once met the CEO of Cipla. Not CEO, but top level directors. She said that now we have better decision making and better drug discovery. Drug discovery, you understand? New molecules or new treatment methods, better clinical trials. So other things are available, which will take longer time, and accidentally things just invented or discovered. Like Alexander Fleming, what he do? He just find penicillin accidentally. Okay, you know there was a lot of research, laboratory setup, other things going on, but he find the things accidentally. But now research by life scientists are being done, they can predict it, what is going to happen, whether those things are happening or not. How this is happening? Because we have now terabytes of data, gigabytes of data. We have collaboration with other labs also. What is happening in Europe, America, and India? Somebody will collect all those things and make a decision. Okay? At research level, I am saying. At data set level, artificial intelligence will do this job. Prediction will be done by artificial intelligence. So, more the data, better the decision making. Suppose you know one thing and take a decision. The decision will be maybe wrong. Suppose the principal is there. He asks to one faculty, tell how the students are behaving, what is the progress of the students. If he is unhappy, he will say that not good. Can the principal take decision based upon one faculty, one professor? If two call, the same thing. Two maybe little better than one. Okay, little better than one. But if suppose 10% or 20% of the faculty of Andhra Pradesh give a feedback, then it is a better decision. The decision will be much more better. That's why in government files, purchase committee, any other committee, one senior officer is not signing. 10 officers are signing. This is the British monitoring system. They say that if one is there, he may go wrong. If 10 are there, 10 people will not go wrong. Sometimes go wrong and corruption do happen, but the chance is less. Suppose every power will be given to me, I will go off track. If 10 people are guiding me, advising me, monitoring about my things, the 10 people are responsible. So they will say that what will happen to my service, what will happen to people, what will happen to the policy making. So things will gradually change. So in artificial intelligence also same thing. We have data from various sources and they all cannot lie. They will be giving and guiding us properly. Getting my point? So this is how these things are important. AI is important in drug discovery, in space technology, in agriculture, in sciences, in life science, any other. So in genomics, you know, there was a human genome project that took almost many years to complete. But now, even not in India, in some hospitals, high medical college research centers in the US, they can give the genetic report within half a day or one day, which has been taken for many years. That has been done within a day. How that is possible? Because they decode everything, information is available, things are not made newly. They also rely on many other data sets. Then they take decision. There is a hospital called AIG Hospital in Hyderabad. They are using artificial intelligence to diagnose fatty liver. Get my point? One of the doctors said that the disease which the machine is of 1 crore and 5,000 we charge. Those who can't pay 5,000 or those who pay 5,000 also with artificial intelligence, just based upon your height, weight, BMI, you know, body mass index, and few other parameters, they will put those things into artificial intelligence decision-making system, medical decision-making system. It will give the probability of how much probability is there of fatty liver. Getting my point? The test which costs 5,000 is reduced to 500 or 100 rupees. So affordability is also there in healthcare, in agriculture, in any other thing. Because the main objective of use of artificial intelligence is one of the objectives is to reduce cost of this thing. So the more data, the better. Data is the foundation of artificial intelligence. Yeah. Then quality of AI model depends on data availability. First, the data have to be available. Then the data have to be of good quality, because India's data quality is not considered as one of the best, because we in India, due to various reasons, I'm not blaming government or people who are doing this or our own people. Due to various reasons, we do not put the data in time, on time, and we do not put the data in complete form. We just give 2-3 data and finish. Now census is going to happen. Do you think all the data are correct? Some data will be missing. Some data will be of low quality. Then they will do it once more. Okay, those things, if somebody suspect, they will do it once more. In a country like India, so big in nature, some problem is there always. So data quality does matter, and data relevance. Sometimes if I ask you 5 things, instead of 5 things, you tell 10 things, but from these 5 things, 3 are missing. Is it going to solve my purpose? No. Then data relevance, data quality, all those things. Better data, more data, complex algorithms will be working for these things. AI system learn pattern, prediction, decisions only from data. Hence, dataset and repositories are critical infrastructures in AI education and research. Then, what is a dataset? Dataset, I will show you few datasets also. Definition of dataset is the structured or unstructured collection of data. Many of you might have done your postgraduate. All of you are postgraduates, and many of you might be PhDs also. You might have used one structured or unstructured data set for your PhD purpose. Training AI models, testing models, then validation, whether it is valid or not, correctness is there or not, analysis and research. One data set link I will show you. See, these data sets, you can also write this dataset dot link. Just put it, you will find good number of data sets. These data sets, if you ask your student, the slides will be shared with you by the management team, and you can see all these things. Data set link, just I have put copy paste here. UN data, United Nations data. Why United Nations put data in public domain? Because the data belongs to humanity. Some decision, some policy implication, some scientific research have to be there. And always note that the scientific decisions will be used, even for study purpose, for teaching and learning purpose. UN data set. Suppose out of this I am clicking UN data set, the first one. Just see here. UN data. You can directly also put data like UN data. These are the UN data. Population, surface and density of entire world you can know. Whichever country, what is the population, what sort of things are there, updated in March 2nd. Data available, these countries. International migrant and refugee. Now, a lot of migrant issues are happening due to Gulf War. Okay, so you will find some data. Population growth, fertility, and life expectancy mortality. Why the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh said that for third child I will give how many rupees? 25,000. Okay, so he tell like this, and 1 year of maternity leave. If somebody is in government or service, then 1 year. These things are not new. Sikkim has already done this. Why they have done this? Why Sikkim has already done this? Sikkim has already done this. They give, and Sikkim has a very good population policy. I think it's one of the best state in India. Even they give one to look after the child. Okay, she will be paid 10,000. If a government employee is having bed at home, one attendant for 1 year they will give, and she will be paid 10,000 because of this fertility. Why fertility data is important here? What is fertility data? Every couple have to make sure that the population is stabilized and things are maintained well. The state revenue, other things maintained well. I think for this, the TFR, total fertility rate, which should be 2.1, has been reduced to how much? Around 1.5. That means if they do not give incentive, tomorrow nobody will have more than one child. Getting my point? So that's why government is saying that what government said that it's right. But if they do not promote all these good things, then we will not produce more than one child at least. Okay. And this problem, why all the Telugu people or Indian or Pakistanis are going to United States? Why they are allowing? Are we allowing other people, African people? Because they have also the same problem. They don't have youth to work for them to maintain their infrastructure. They have big airport, big colleges, big laboratories. Everything is happening, but they do not have a human being. Getting my point? Russia, Russia is facing similar problem last 30-40 years. He is taking soldiers in rent from North Korea, from other part of the world. Even few Indians also gone there. So this happened because of this problem. This UN data. This fertility related data. Just see here. This is African country. This is different African countries. Just to see here. This is not stabilized, so it may not be visible in your system. You can see Middle Africa, South Africa, West Africa. These are African data. So the next growth center in the world might be Africa, because they have human beings. They do not have resources, they do not have education, they do not have food, they do not have anything. They have a human being. So human being can progress. Tomorrow, suppose you have children, you have a human being, you can teach them to grow and develop and other things. But I am not saying that 4 or 5 children are required. Just 2 or 3. Okay, if it is more also, it's dangerous, because last 75 years in India, we are pursuing a population control policy. Now we are reversing. Some of the states, especially the southern states, are reversing this policy. They are saying that no, what we have adopted was wrong, new policy is right. Okay. In 1960s, during Sanjay Gandhi and Indira Gandhi's time, they have adopted another policy. Because at that time, everybody has 5 children. It's common. If I count people of my village, it's go explode like anything. But now everybody has 1 or 2 only. This data we can know in the entire world. So 2.1 is the right one. But see here, population rate increase, then male female ratio, so many things are there. So all this data, if students get, they can also decide and have some insight how things are happening. The same UN data set, you can ask your students to see. Yeah. So UN data set, you can ask everybody. Then this data set also we will see. Then students' performance record, medical image, satellite image, traffic data. Traffic data, now when we are coming from city to maybe from Mehendipatnam, you might have seen one flyover is being made near Triple IT. Triple IT, there is a flyover. How they decide that a flyover will be there? There will be no signal. 500 crore will be spent to decongest that place. Okay, there will be underpass, there will be flyover, there will be no signal. There will be no traffic light. Now you will find you have to wait 5 to 7 minutes in every side to pass that circle. But after 2 years, in 28, you will not find a traffic person is sitting there. Only flyover is there. There are one flyover, in Gotibowli. That is multi-level flyover. 3 levels of flyover is there. In Visakhapatnam also, I have been to Visakhapatnam. I am from Odisha. So I go off to Visakhapatnam also. There is one big flyover. What is that name? NAD Junction. They have planned all these things in such a way that what is the traffic, how will control, all these data are collected manually or through drones. Drone technology, they will monitor. Engineers will monitor by drone and use artificial intelligence. So what should be the weight of the road? What should be the alignment of the road? The entire design can be generated in artificial intelligence. Then they will simulate it. They will put some, numbers. Suppose per hour, maybe 10,000 people from this side, that side. They will run all those models. Then the panel decide how the traffic will flow in that junction. Given thing that in peak hour, they have to handle 1 lakh or 80,000 vehicles. That is my point. So based upon this, they do all this. Sensor data, text documents. Prime Minister give, speech. World leaders also give speech and different things. There are certain softwares. If you put those software, which words are used frequently, it will give now maybe one word is used maybe millions of times. In certain times, in COVID time, pandemic is a thing, lockdown is a thing, was used in certain time. In certain area, one district, especially the psephologists, those people who study election and its result, they use this data of leaders, people, then plan and make their, what they make before election? Manifesto. In their manifesto, they put those words, what people want. Is it, because every time people may not need job or something, or corruption is a thing. Tell me, corruption is a thing, people are concerned. Nobody wants corruption in their country or state. But where corruption comes in their demand, do you know? It's after 10. What comes in the demand of people? First, usually water, road service, infrastructure, education, health, these things comes first. But in some elections, you will find that corruption becomes first issue. Okay, some elections, some small issue, politicians through its media, they put and highlight those things. Okay, those things can be captured from the internet and by using AI. And sensor data is also important. So here I will show you another data set, that is, please write down this thing and practice at least one data set from this Kaggle data set, Control V. Yeah, see, Kaggle data set, if you find in computer science, education, suppose I am seeing. So, uploaded this student placement prediction data set. Okay, this is the thing. 1 lakh student profile are there in this file. You can see here placement status. If they are placed, 1. If they are not placed, 0. Then branch in engineering, colleges, backlog, different things they have created. What is the placement chance, where to study, what decision to take, all these data one student have analyzed. And the CGPA generated using Bayesian distribution, boosted by college tiers. The placement probability computed via logistic scoring functions combining CGPA, skill, internship, branch-wise placement. Every branch has not same placement. Even in IIT and NIT system also, there are certain branches where you become gold medalist. You not placed because those there is suppose metallurgy. Metallurgy they will do make furnaces. Furnaces are not being made in large number nowadays. So even though you are a gold medalist, you may not get job. So how you will get job? You have to take minors. Some minors in computer science, some minors in civil engineering or mechanical, electrical or electronics. Then you can work on those things and get placed. So these things are possible because there are some placement data available in NIRF and in other databases. In Kaggle database, this Kaggle database, just search Kaggle database kggle.com. Just to search in your system, you can find huge number of data sets. Just see here, data visualization. Data visualization is also important here. 8,000, 9,000 data sets are. Suppose you ask your student to find out in life science some data sets are there. Placement and a skill set data set. This data set is about AI replacement. Okay, AI job replacement and a skill set data set. Here what happened? How AI is going to take away jobs? But does AI will take away jobs of people? No, nobody has to fear, but they have to upskill, skill shift data set. So skill shift data set, if somebody see, there is the skills are shifting because 10 years before the skills we have, now the skill sets are different. Even forget about life science and basic sciences. Even in applied sciences, the skill sets are moving from one to other. There was a time when simple coding and other things are sufficient to get a job. But currently, simple things are not good. That is required, no doubt, for understanding purpose. But somebody will hire you and pay you good amount of salary. You have to make sure that you are fulfilling 10 other things. Okay, and those things are also not difficult. With reasonable or above average brain, those things can be find out. You can learn those things with some sort of efforts. So this Kaggle data set, you can see so many graphs and bar charts and other things are given. This data set, what happened? They use codes, no doubt. Codes are also available using ChatGPT, Perplexity, or any other Copilot, advanced software technology. So no more basic jobs are required. We need something, some prompts you have to give so that those prompts can generate new ideas, new structures, new insights. Okay, we have to ask the right question. If you see here, those who have uploaded these things, they also wrote in detail what to be done, how to be done, other things. So Kaggle dataset is one thing you have to give your student or ask your student list to analyze few data sets on say this one. One is maybe rainfall data, earthquake data, agriculture related data, market related data, and other things. Okay, so they can see it properly. Then coming down to types of data set, just this is theoretical thing. Public data set. Public data set is being generated with public money and available almost freely. Almost freely means there is no password. You may say that there are data sets where we do not find good things. We just found surface level things. But that is okay. If you want deep things, somebody has to pay few dollars or maybe 100 rupee or 500 rupee, then they can get it. Okay, advanced things. But first, if our mind don't know what exactly we need, how we need, what we will do, then definitely we can't make much sense. Okay, my point. So that is public data sets are available freely, open access, anybody can access it, even the students can access these things in their mobile phone, legally reusable. Reusable means somebody can reuse it again and again. The licensing part I will tell you, but reusability is there. Nobody can complain against you. You just use it for the assignment purpose, for deriving some insights and other thing. There is no legal problem because sometimes you take somebody's data set and interpret in your own way. Because many people do things in a pick and choose way. Suppose 10 things are there, I will conveniently choose 2 things and report it in newspaper. Then they will attack me. That sort of problem will not happen in public data set if you are interpreting correctly. Okay, or maybe 100% correct is very, very difficult, but at least 80-90% correctness you are interpreting things, nobody will tell you you are like, because 100% correct is possible in sciences like mathematics, where 1 plus 1 equal to 2, or 10 plus 10 equal to 20. So, or maybe space technology, or maybe physics, where the accuracy level are very, very high. Maybe only 0.2001% error is acceptable. In sciences like chemistry, it will go down little less. 1% or 0.5% error is acceptable. You all are professors teaching, guiding students. You know that little error is fine because some chemicals will be there in the beaker or somewhere. So that 0.01% or 1% error is acceptable. But in biological science, again 10%, 20% error is also acceptable. In vaccine science, even 40% error is acceptable. 30% for yeah. No, not plagiarism. Error I am telling. Error sort of thing. Suppose a doctor is giving medicine to a patient. 5%, same medicine is prescribed. 2 got cured. Another 3, after 7 days they got cured. Is the doctor lying or cheating? No. It's how the body acts to the drugs. Somewhere it had 90% efficiency, somewhere 70% efficiency. That's why in biological science, the farmer is putting all the seeds will not be germinating and giving fruit. Maybe 20% will go on waste, 20% will be due to whatever reason. Assuming that all control conditions are followed, error will be there also. Okay. So, interpretation error is also there, but we will not tell the white as a black. We can say that it is milky white or it is lime white or it is some other variety of white. That sort of error is acceptable. When we are interpreting data, we should not make a very wrong interpretation also. Okay. So often licensing under open data license, then characteristic is open to students, researchers, faculty, startups. Then transparent, these sets what happen. It's not that we are interpreting the result is one, somebody else will do, it is different. Usually it is transparent, the data set is available to all, you do it in your own way, well documented, reproducible research report. Again and again you can do this. Suppose this Kaggle data set or UN data set what I have shown you. If you do research in India, whatever will be the research output, you do it in the US, the output will be same. Getting my point? The output, there is not much differences. Any question as of now? Yeah. So this open data set, that is the public data set, is very useful for the people. I will give you some other examples also. Climate data, census data. Just Google census data. You will not find current census, but just Google census data. Census data of India. Subsequent faculty members will also use certain data set and give. I am just giving a oversight overview of these things. Census data of India. Census, how is questionnaire? Questionnaire, you know, people use data by using this enumerator, use this data going from home to home. Then they find something. There so many variety of census data are there in tabular form, in interpretation form, in different other forms. Okay, census data is one of the data which students use widely, especially those who are from biology background. They can ask the students to use those things for knowing the details of biological, I mean human phenomena, or the population related study, that is epidemiology or population related study. If they want to do a population related study, they have to use this census data of India, and easily it is interpretable. In social science or sciences, these data are used to know what disease, how much disease related data are also there with the HMIS data. Okay. So private data, there are some private data are also there. You all know that these private data sets are collected by some organizations. They usually put passwords, but they also share these things. Currently, international organization and national level organization also show these data sets to everybody, because anybody can use this and derive inferences. Is owned by organization or institutions, has restricted access, not full access is there, has then require permission and authorization, often protected by confidentiality and privacy laws. Sometimes data are shared and asked, you don't tell others, or whoever will pay, they can use our data. Such things are also the characteristic is sensitive information. The data may be having some sensitive information, then access control, then legal and ethical constraints we will discuss later on. Data protection compliance required, because from where the data is collected, they also say that don't put it in public platform. Show it in such a way that people will use it and learn something. So that is the thing. Hospital patient record. One story I am just telling you. In a hospital patient record, suppose to whom this data belong to? Hospital patient record. Tell me. Just guess. Who? Medical record department. Then any other guess? Patient. Very good. Then? Yeah. Scanning reports. Yeah, reports. Whoever is doing, they may be knowing this. See, medical data belong to patients, but the custodian is hospital. If they are keeping in a system like private hospital or government hospital, in their medical, as your colleagues already mentioned, that medical record department, some of you. So they are just safekeepers of this. One of the scientists argue that the technology where scanning and other things are happening, that belong to whom? Philips, GE, Siemens, other companies, those who made the equipment. Without equipment, can the data or the machine, can the data be generated? No. Who keep this medicine? Hospital owner. They purchase this medicine. Sorry, the machine. They purchase this medicine. So can they claim that the data belong to us? No. Who prescribed the test? The doctor prescribed the test. Getting my point? The doctor prescribed the test. But can the doctor say that the data belong to me because I have prescribed? If I don't tell, how can you do this? No. Okay. But above all, discussions have happened among jurists, scientists, and other things. Then finally, they conclude that the data belong to the patient, because any leakage of diseases or other thing happen, then the patient will be in trouble. Getting my point? Patient or anybody who is giving test. Marriages may broke if some disease come out. If some disease or any sort of condition come out, people will tell in a bad stigmatize, you know. There are certain disease, suppose TB come, HIV come, the others will not sit with them, eat with them, and take a cordial relationship with them. So the data is very sensitive. I'm just telling some diseases maybe nobody will tell anything, but whether it has repercussion or not, the responsibility of the hospital is to maintain the data confidential. Getting my point? Mobile phones are there. The same argument also goes. Mobile phones belong to the company. You are using it by paying money. Can you take photograph of anybody at any point of time? No. Okay. Though there are surveillance cameras in India or by government of India or private agencies. Once you are going means your body will be scanned completely. Forget about photograph. Even your bone density it can capture. Even your pocket, how much money you have, it will count. Okay. How much, what ornaments you are wearing will also know. But that's why responsible adoption of technology. That is one of the major things. Same also for responsible use of artificial intelligence. All these crooks, scoundrels, they also use artificial intelligence. What they do? All these fraud they do, financial frauds. They use all these data sets. You go to a mall, next day you will find 2-3 calls are coming for taking this product, that product. How they know? Because somebody have shared your mobile number with somebody. Okay, they just share for mobile phone 5 rupee. They will get 2000 and then simply share. You share 2 lakh phone numbers for marketing purpose. They will give you some money and people share. Those are unethical things. Unethical sharing of data and privacy sort of things. So private data set have to maintain certain quality where hospital patient record, university internal database. University has certain database. Many of the coaching centers and other people will ask you to share those data set. Can you share those data set? No. If it is for good of a student, you tell the student that data I am sharing. Are you good? Are you happy? Then that's fine. Because for career counseling, for higher education, sometimes you have to share. But that is under authority, authorization, proper authorization, you can do that. Corporate customer data, banking transaction data. Do you know how many crores of money is getting fraud in this UPI transaction? Nowadays, everywhere UPI is going on. 2,400 crores every year, the fraud reported of that amount in it. We're not stopping the transaction, but a lot of steps are being taken by using artificial intelligence or maybe crime record, cyber crime and other things. So those things help in making sure that banking fraud do not happen. Or your insurance records. Insurance records are also not shared because that is also sensitive data. Okay. Then importance of public data set in education. In academic institution, as you all are working, enable hands-on learning, supports project-based education, helps in research publication, encourages student innovation, support reproducible research. Suppose this Kaggle database, India start data set, just Google India start data set. This will give you a lot of data relating to demography. India start. India state data set. India state, socio-economic data set of entire India. You will find administrative justice. Are you going to this page? Administrative units. If you click, you can get this data and you can use this data as category, subcategory, local body, panchayats and other things are there. Suppose you want to sample in sciences or life sciences, you want to sample things at national level or at a state level. You can see all these things. Same also, banking institutions you want to know. Then agriculture, the sciences and life sciences in agriculture related data. Why it's not opening? Too many requests. Please refresh your page. Yeah, it will come when you tell your students. It will come because India start in this IP. All will not get the things. If you use your mobile, you will get. Okay, because too many requests are coming. That's why. Because this is also a private data set. Though India start is there, it's not a freely available thing. Basic things will available freely, but advanced data will available on payment. But another data set I will tell you that there you will get everything. India start one thing, you will tell your students to use it. Public database in AI education, enable hands-on training. Once every data relating to physics, astronomy, if those data sets are available, then it will be easy for students to practice. Do you know Chandrayaan 2 or Chandrayaan 1, Vikram lander was sent first time, then it broke. Then second time we got succeed. Who, even our ISRO people can't say that. They just say that it did not land well. But where it landed, how it is, what was the problem, where it is now, they could not tell. Do you know or not? They could not tell properly where it broke, what it is. Some people even after 3 days thinking that it will land. We may not be seeing it, it will land sometime. But after 21 days, one BTech student who was working on a farm and in leisure time, he was looking at the NASA data. He found that NASA every week they put the data in public domain. He analyzed with different codes and he said that the Vikram lander was crashed and this is the place, these are also debris of that thing. Exact thing he tell because the data was available in public domain by NASA, that US space agency. So he analyzed, interestingly, everybody was curious at that point of time. He was also curious. He said that I sat for 7-8 hours and I see all this moon data of NASA. Then he finally find out that it has 7 or 20 parts. It is there. He saw all those things, putting circles also. Getting my point? Maybe your data is not gaining any sort of insight, but somebody can see important things out of it. These students are very much curious, so they can learn many things. So academic learning purpose, we can use these data sets. This Kaggle data set is very important. Please ask your students to use that. The next one is pedagogical value, real world problem exposure. You know, when we are solving, the data set may be dummy, the data set may be accurate. But when we are asking students to solve this, in actual, when things will happen, they can solve it easily. Getting my point? In medical science, one thing is that after 4 years of study, they go for internship. Internship means they will be studying under the supervision of a professor or a team of doctors. Okay, in different wards. They have theoretical knowledge, but practical application and on all those things they do on job. Okay, so these data sets will help them in knowing on job. Get my point? Though theoretically we are teaching them, still then they practice these things and learn these things. How a pilot is trained, tell me? Does he from the first day try like a motorcycle or car? No. Simulation. Okay, first he learn every parts of the which aircraft, which type of aircraft he is going to be trained. He know each and every part. Then he do it in a very simulated, a dummy pilot, dummy aircraft. Then in a computer also he do some simulation and other thing. There are 5-6 very high intense tests he has to pass. Okay, then a pilot is being graduated after that. Okay, so same also this data, he uses so many flight related records, flight related data, altitude, latitudes, whatever things are there. I don't know all, but he will be using those things in his laptop or in computer or in his classroom. Then finally he will go to the field and see that these things are happening. Because there are not just 5 or 10 factors to taken care. There are hundreds of factors to be taken care of. Because a bird is flying. You know, a bird is flying. Bird is an organism. He has sensors everywhere. Somewhere, some direction, the wind comes, he will sense and sense the thing. Vehicle. Even though keeping left is the right thing, we go to keeping left is our rule. We sometimes go, suddenly a vehicle comes. Can we say that we will be on left only? We have to turn, make a turn. Okay. Same thing also for pilots or any high engine operators. Okay. Heavy engine operators, they also use their brain. And that simulation will come to them when they know what is right and what right action will save them. Okay, those things we can teach our students the practical skill development, data literacy improvement. Yesterday also I was taking a class for very senior professionals. They say that the placement records these private engineering schools are claiming is not true and is just 20-30%, but they say 100%. Getting my point? Then I say that why placement is not happening or 100%. Then they say that skill sets are not there. Students are not practicing their knowledges. Nobody is backbencher. But the thing is that if you do not practice the real life or solve the real life problem, nobody will employ them. I may be a gold medalist, but what use I am to you so that you will pay me or employer will pay you? That is more important. Suppose somebody learn mathematics. How many of you are mathematics professors here? All. Many of you are mathematics professors. Okay. Yeah. Physics. Okay. Especially mathematics professors. I admire that mathematics is a fantastic science, and all this star math, artificial intelligence will make sure that all mathematics graduates can employ it. But if they are just going and solving big problems where the snake-like symbols are there, integration, double integration, derivatives, can somebody going to give them job? No. They have to use those things in these tables, in these statistics, stochastic sort of equations, logistic regression, and other things. Give some suggestions, give some advice to the employer, to the people. Then they will be recruited. In fact, there is a university called Central University of Rajasthan. The statistics department say that how the statistics is doing so much well. Then my brother say that statistics is sort of application part of mathematics, and they are solving the problems of insurance companies. Most of the Swiss Re, you know, Swiss Re insurance company. and different insurance companies are hiring from their campus because they are helping them in finding out uh, different premium, how much premium will be there, what sort of lifestyle people have, so that what type of diseases will be there, they may suffer, how much money will go out of from our system. When they do these things, people will pay 10 lakh, 12 lakh. If they simple use snakes, no money. Okay, so that is how this application and other things we have to ask our students. Institutional benefits, low cost AI infrastructure. We in India basically before 15 years, we say that we have low infrastructure. Can we tell this now? We have the same infrastructure across India if a terminal is there, internet terminal is there. We have access to the US data. Sitting in Chennai, sitting in Vijayawada, sitting in Visakhapatnam, you can solve problem. Otherwise, the US clients also. Get my point? Why US? Now, yesterday I learned one thing that Indian accountants have high demand now in United States. Why? Why? Just guess why they are in high demand. Putting mathematics, calculating, giving them solution and other things. Getting my point? Doing things, bookkeeping, there are things they can do at India also. So if they hire an Indian team of accountants or an Indian firm who is managing the firm with 20 employees to solve their accounting problem, he can reduce the cost by 50%. Suppose they are spending $1 lakh, they can get it done by giving $50,000. Getting my point? So it's a cost saving for him, almost half of the cost. At the same time, our accountants, they are earning 1 lakh. That 50,000 will be 1 lakh, twice salary. Because the Indian clients, like Indian clients, whatever they give for different accounting work, the US give twice. So win-win situation. They also save money. We also increase our earning. That's why Indian accountants are the work in a better form, and they are very much in demand in the United States. But their work have to be done either in Hyderabad. All these big offices you are seeing, many of them are working for, almost 90% of the IT firms are working for whom? In Bangalore or Hyderabad, they are working for Europe or America. Because the cost is less here, and them in being in India and working is twice happening. Whatever a professional of their stature is earning, if they got a foreign call or foreign order, is twice. Getting my point? So that's why Indians are so efficient that by using information technology, mathematics, statistics, whatever you say, artificial intelligence, we are managing one account of the world in India. Out of 3, 1 account is being managed by Indians. Technical, I am telling you. Money part is different. Our technology is so fast, so efficient, and our service provider are so efficient. We are doing this. How that was possible? Because we have learned and done things in a better way. So ethical compliance, curriculum integration, FDP training, all those things. All the things are here, but I will show you few more database also. Rule of public data sets and repositories, already we discussed these things. Then come to this data set. This is also Kaggle data set only, but I will show you one. Not this one. Data sets. Another data set I will show you, that India data set. This data set also you see, you can Google and put this. Hugging Face.co models. Here also data sets are there. You simply go to data set, you will find variety of data sets are there. See, all those things are coming. Don't worry about this thing. Here, width, height, parameters, number of cameras, so many things are there. So in these things, codes have to be fitted so that somebody can know important things. How exactly you will ask the student to use. The only problem here is that Hugging Face data set. What happened? This is based upon large language model sort of thing. Then computer vision data set, speech data set, deep learning format, all those things. Then another data set is a UCI machine learning repository. This is a university data set. Just see here, archives.ics.uci.edu dataset. Just type it in your system. Here, heart disease, wine quality, so many things relating to even as some of you are from space technology, physics, astronomy data sets. Every data set is available here. This is for university students, especially college students, to use this. This is a very big data set. You simply go and see certain things and write down this database thing. How this data. Suppose one thing I am going here. Heart disease. You can download also. Download the dataset and find out. Variable type, age, sex, cholesterol. There are so many things. These things are there. Description is given here. Resting blood pressure, serum, fasting blood sugar, exercise included. Induced angina. Angina means some people, die when in early morning that will be in 1 in 10 lakh. But in a year, maybe some people got sudden heart attack. So how that is being reflected here? Attributes used. Then these tabular forms will be there. You can interpret, students can interpret all those things. Then the university has planned and put all these data sets so that Python, one can import to Python and analyze also. Many of the things other professors will show you exactly how Python is being used or some advanced techniques is used and artificial intelligence is used. But before that, you should know these are the data sets which can be used. This data set, what happened, is being generated by or assembled by certain people. International application of new probability algorithm for the diagnosis of coronary artery disease. So I am not saying that your student can write such quality papers immediately, but gradually, if suppose there are 10 variables, if they use 2, 3 and make some inference, that means later on they can make more inferences when they come to master's level. Okay, then in PhD, they may simply go and use all these techniques also. In fact, in our life sciences and physics school, many of the PhD students have also engaged and helping the professors in getting patent by using AI and artificial intelligence. So that sort of, and they are not from elsewhere, they are from your college only. Okay, they are from your college only, but gradually they know if you excite them to use the data set, the California data set, then they will be more knowledgeable and informed at least. Knowledge will come later. First, we have to inform them what is working, what sort of things are there. So, any question, please do ask. Otherwise, we will discuss few more points and stop. What time we can stop? Now, okay. So this slide we will give to you every data set licensing. This is the last slide. Just I am showing you. If you see, when you are seeing any data set, if this symbol is there, CC, no restriction. This is in public domain. Getting my point? No restriction, and it is in public domain. Then next one is CC by. Use allowed with attribution. Whatever things they give, you will be using those things. CC by SA, share alike required. If you are sharing something, don't misrepeat and share alike. Suppose they say two things are in one go, you have to say two things in one go. Not much restriction. Non-commercial use. CC by NC, non-commercial use. You can use to sell something or make money. You can use in classroom teaching, in lectures like us, in any other places. But you can do commercial activity, because if you do commercial activity, their commercial interest may be hampered. Then this one, CC by ND, no modification. You can't modify much. You will simply teach what it is. Okay. Even though it is in the classroom, you have to teach that only. Okay. Without any modification. We will stop here. I think you all are great teachers, and our professors will also teach you in hands-on training. Sure that you use your system and know all these things. URLs also, you use all those things effectively. Thank you all. If any question, please do ask. In a licensing criteria they usually give. In first page, licensing criteria. In articles you might see some articles, in some section they will put all these things. Usually don't worry much. Most of the things are in this domain, in this 1, 2, 3. So for teaching, learning purpose, there is no restriction overall. And as teacher, what sort of commercial activity we will do? At most we will give some lecture and something. If somebody has business, actually those restrictions are for businesses. They will use your technique, especially my friends in mathematics and statistics may know that some code, some formula can be used by others and make a lot of money. But whereas the business interest of the owner will hamper. In that case, this licensing help them. Thank you all. So, welcome to University of Hyderabad again, and have a nice stay and interact me. My chamber is only in the first floor. You can come here and meet me also. Yeah.
You are not giving any doubts, so we can conclude this session.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
हेलो 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 नहीं जा रहा है मतलब आ रहा है ना हेलो हेलो नहीं आ रहा हेलो 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 सही है ऑडियो हेलो हेलो नॉइज हेलो 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 सुन तो आप सुन हेलो 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 अभी हेलो 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 का वॉल्यूम हेलो 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 अभी आवाज आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं अच्छे आवाज अच्छे से आ रहा है कि नहीं एटीडी वाला ना हाँ वो है वो नहीं बोल रहा आवाज क्लियर आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा हो हो हेलो 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 हेलो
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, hope I am audible. So, just give me a minute. Now, before we actually get into the discussion, that means you can see basically this session is about the infrastructure related to how this AI is made possible, what are the kinds of devices that are being used, what happens at the back end. But before I actually get into it, just I would like to have a little bit of introduction about yourself where you need not spend more than 30 seconds. Just give your name, the subjects you teach or your area of specialization and the college and the place from which you have come. You can sit and give. No.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, TV Rambabu, lecturer in physics, Government Degree College, Jangareddy-gudem, Eluru districts of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sirs and madams. My name is N. Raghavendra. I am from Kadapa Women's College, working in lecture in statistics.
I am Satyafani Kumar, Assistant Professor of Physics, Maharajas College, Vijayanagaram.
Good afternoon, sirs. I am Yeshwar Rao. I am from Vijayanagaram, Sri Sai Degree College, lecturer in chemistry.
Hi, this is Dr. S. Padam, lecturer in chemistry at Government Degree College, Chebrolu, Guntur district.
Hi, this is D. Babu, Assistant Professor in the Department of Applied Mathematics, Krishna University.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dashiramaya, Mathematics faculty from Dhaniyakula Engineering College, Vijayawada.
Namaste, sir. Dr. K. Suresh Babu from Advana Degree College of Chemistry.
Good afternoon, sir, madams. This is Dr. V. Suresh Babu, lecturer in mathematics, St. Joseph Degree College, Karnool, Rayalaseema City.
Good afternoon, sir, and my dear colleagues. This is N.S. Bhagavan, lecturer in physics, Dr. V.S. Krishna College, Visakhapatnam.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all my fellow participants. My name is Dr. Karthik. I'm Assistant Professor of Mathematics from Siddhartha Deemed University, Vijayawada.
Hello all, my name is Dr. D. Raju. I belong to Chemistry Department. I am from Government College Autonomous, Anantapur. Yes.
I am Dr. Asha from Maristella College, Vijayawada. I handle mathematics.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Y. Gandhi, lecturer in physics, KVR College, Nandigama, NTR district.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. P. Venkatramana, lecturer in physics, the DNR Women's College, Palakolu.
Namaste, sir. I am Dr. Venkatesh Pudi, lecturer in physics. I am from Dr. YSR Government Degree College, Vidurkuppam, located in Tirupati.
Thank you.
Namaste, sir. This is Dr. Chandramouli V. Shastri, Krishna University, Nujivadu. Statistics. 2, sir.
Your turn. Applied math.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, I am Dr. B. Mallikarjuna, chemistry faculty, Government Autonomous College, Rajahmundry.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Yusuf Basha, lecturer in physics, Government Degree College, Rajahmundry, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Sanjeev, faculty of physics from Government College, Rajahmundry.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, K. Ravindra Babu, Government College, Tanuku, Chemistry.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. P. Sudhakar, APRDC Nagarjun Sagar.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Sharmila. I am from APSCHE Degree and PG College, Visakhapatnam, Assistant Professor in Chemistry Department.
Good afternoon all. I am A. Simadri, lecturer in physics, Government Degree College, Tuni.
Good morning to all. My name is KBS Vijay Kumar, lecturer in physics, Government Degree College, Perumalpuram, Kakinada district.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sivakrishna, lecturer in mathematics, ASM Government Degree College, Palakundam.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Lata, working as lecturer in chemistry at Government College, Women, Guntur. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Dr. K. Anita, lecturer in chemistry, ASD Government Degree College for Women, Kakinada.
Good afternoon all. My name is Sheikh Ubaidullah Sharif, lecturer in physics, Usmania College, Kurnool.
Namaste, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is K. Mama. I am from Tanuku. I am working as a lecturer in mathematics department in Penugonda, SAM government. Thank you, sir.
Leave anyone? Okay. So, welcome to this second session actually. So, when we are looking at understanding this technology behind the AI, before that, let me just take you through something quite interesting, which you will also really enjoy by going through this. I'll just take you to a platform, to a website, and actually we'll do an interesting exercise here. Okay. Now I am going to a website called as Teachable AI. Teachable AI is there. Okay. What this website does, we'll just see. So I'll just go with get started, and then there is something called as an image project that is there. So I'll go to this, and I'll go with the new image project, right? So here what I will do is I will upload a few things. Just look at this. What are the things that I'm going to upload? Some of the, what do you call, some of the images that are there with me. So if I go here, we have this APAI orientation. So I have something called as, okay, apples here. Okay, please look at the pictures I have uploaded. There is a single apple, there is a leaf, then there are a group of apples, then there is an apple, right? These are the images I have uploaded. Now please see this here, there's something called as a class. So we'll call it as apple, okay? This class of objects, is it okay if I can call them as apples? Is it fine? Yes or no? Right, okay? So what I will do is, I'll go to the second class now, and I will upload some of the messages here. So choose from your files. I'll just go a little bit back. I'll go here, and then what I'll do is, I'll just look at a few of the examples here, except for this one, okay? Except for this one, that means I'll go with the others. There is one sample that is loaded. I'll also take another sample. Okay, again I will take one more sample here, and again I will take one more sample here. Okay, now what do we call them as? Banana, right? We're calling them as bananas. Now you see this, I have uploaded some pictures here, and then what I'm saying is the first three I call them as apples, the second 3 or 4 whatever are there I'm calling them as bananas, and then I'm looking at something called as training here. Please look at this very carefully. Something known as training here. I'm pressing this. So when I'm pressing this, what is known as training, it is saying preparing the training data, and then of course it is talking about the number of rounds or epochs that are there, right? And finally it said that I have done some training. Let us see what it is going to do here. Now what we'll do here is we will just try to see that if we can basically look at something. Say for example, if I can give you a example, will it be able to know this? So I'll go here, and then what I will do is I will select this. Please see this. What did I select? Bananas. Please see what is the result that it has given. Since all of you are science related people, it said banana, it said is 100%. Apple is 0%. Give some pictures, then of course this is like a black box. What happens at the training we'll see later. But these pictures, I gave the label called as apple there and banana here, and then when I gave a banana picture, it said that this is a banana. Now similarly, if I go back and look at one more scenario, so what I will do is we'll go and upload an apple and see what is going to happen. I am going to the apple here. Let's say I am taking this, the first one, then I am giving apple. What is the result? It means machine is able to learn from the input that is given. How it is learning, we'll come to that. But the basic idea is that the machine has learned something based on the input that is given, and it is able to give you the output, right? Now let us say, just for playing around with this model, I'll make a little bit of change to this and see what is going to happen here. Now if I go with this, after choosing the image, I'll just go back and go to this bananas. So there is something called as a green apple which I am loading now. Please see this. What is that I have loaded now? Green apple. Shall we see what is the result? I did not train, right? At least if you look at basically the objects that are given here, you can very clearly see that there are at least all the 3 red apples that were there and all the 4 yellow bananas that were given here. But now what we have done here is something on which it was not trained. Green apple is what we have given. Shall we see the result? Yes? What does it say? 89% apple, and then that 11% whatever is there, it calls it as probably banana. So something is happening here. You did not actually train with a green apple, but it could realize that something that is round in shape probably could be an apple, because so far you did not see any banana which is there in round shape. At least as far as the pictures that I have fed to the machine, there are no examples where there is a banana which is there in this particular shape. But then what happened is I did not give it a green apple, so it's a bit confused, but that still based on the training it is saying that 9% it is an apple and probably 11% it is a banana. Now this is what we mean to say when we are talking about the terms like machine learning or even artificial intelligence. When you're talking about this, somewhere down the line, the machines are able to learn from the data. You are giving some data. In this particular case, I have given the pictorial data. It can be any form of data. Later, you'll also go through the various types of data that are there. So the interesting part here is, based on the input that you have given, somewhere down the line, your model is able to give you or generate you the output. Now, let's actually come to our code discussion today. Let's look at the first scenario. As we have been repeating right from the morning, given the current scenario, educators need to have a basic knowledge of AI and data usage. One is that we need to live in this world. The first question that we had when we are introduced to AI is AI some kind of a fad? Fad means that it will be there for some time and then it goes. No one talks about it. Like if I look at some 5 years back, there was something known as a Veera Machineni diet. Everyone was following. Now no one talks about it. It comes and goes. Some 20 years back, people were talking about oil pulling. Early morning, people were taking oil and then they were using their mouth to gargle that oil and throw it out, saying that it gives many benefits. So the first question that in fact, being in marketing, my first question is in terms of looking at is this a phenomenon that is going to stay, or is this a phenomenon which is like a fad where people talk about AI, then no one talks about AI, like everyone talks about it, then no one talks about it. If you look at the fundamental aspects of AI, you find that it is completely scientific. Since most of you, all of you are from the science background, most of the times when you're talking about the applications of AI, you find that at the back end it is hard mathematics. So if you look at the essential mathematics for AI, your AI, of course, I will also keep on using machine learning as a alternate term for it. Machine learning is considered to be a subset of AI, but then when we are talking about this particular scenario, what you can understand is that linear algebra, if you're talking about artificial intelligence, the backbone of artificial intelligence is your matrix multiplications. Millions of multiplications happening. Then probability and statistics, the second part. In terms of, say, for example, earlier you have seen, it said that, okay, 80% or 88% or 89%, this probably could be an apple. So your probability is again there in place. Maybe you can start looking at, probably if I look at the application of the Bayes theorem, based on the training, it says that if an object is round in shape, irrespective of the color, what is the probability that this object is a banana? An object that is spherical round in shape, what is the, given that an object is spherical round in shape, what is the probability that it's a banana? It knows that very less, right? So basically, but then there is no guarantee for it that it could be an apple. So what it said is, okay, you take it as 89% as apple. That's how it was. But whereas when you gave a red apple 10%, it said that this has to be an apple only. Or somehow if you have given something that is in yellow color, and definitely not like a what you call spear, right? Or not in a round shape. Basically it said that, okay, you can look at the length versus the breadth that is there. You can look at that particular ratio and conclude that probably this is going to be a banana, this is not going to be an apple. This is the kind of argument that happens at the back end. Now what we have right now seen is, we have seen the scenarios where we try to understand as to how the machines can be programming the world. His opinion is that just like the way 100 years back, transform every industry. Now your AI is going to calculate things. Means that somewhere down the line, we are not talking about that. Anyway, we need to live in the world where AI is a reality. No longer AI is a science fiction, right? Because we also see the examples where unknowingly we are already getting replaced with the AI. Somewhere down the line, the companies that are trying to target us, try to get some details about us, or sometimes we unknowingly we have to share the data. Then, based on that, they try to see what kind of communication right? They also try to see whether you click on a particular all this model. So it is in this perspective that we would like to really look at a good understanding related to AI. That's what we are looking at. Now going further, just writing the question, what is AI? Mathematical background. Now, most of you have interacted with AI in one or the other form. Opinion or understanding of AI. What is the kind of understanding? You would have interacted with chat. Yes. The teachers are using, students are using, everyone is using. What about it? You also see the positives as well as negatives about that. But then the interesting question here is, it is slowly becoming a part of it. Slowly becoming a part of it. So it this context, that when we are talking about the AI, you need to understand that one is narrow intelligence, the second is the general intelligence. As a person, you can drive a car, you can teach a lesson, you can write a poem, you can sing a song, you can do multiple things. You can take care of the child, you can raise the child, right? This is general intelligence. Irrespective of the task that is there, you attempt it and then you learn it and do it. But if I'm talking about narrative, if I am teaching a machine to drive, then drive it. If I'm teaching a machine to generate text, to generate video, to generate a picture, it can't do other things. Now, right now, we are there at this what is termed as artificial narrowing. Yes, there is a development. But as of now, completely replace the human beings. Okay. As of now, that is not possible. Which is the language, sir? Please. So, can you tell me a problem for which you can program generally? A problem or a particular task for which you can program? Okay. Let me say, if I can take a simple scenario, you give some data, you give some rules. You say that if then else kind of a scenario, you give some data and rules, it will work on it. You program it, okay? You take this number, divide it by 2, add 1 to it, and then finally convert this into something else. You give it. That is the classical program. In the machine learning is considered to be a subset of AI. So don't be worried about what it actually means at this point of time. But then when you're talking about this machine learning part, what we have done in the exercise, please remember, when I opened the teachable AI machine, what did I do? I gave the data and answers. I gave an apple and called it as an apple. I gave a banana and called it as a banana. It formed the rules. Hey, banana happens to be like this, apple happens to be like this, the color of banana happens to be like this, maybe the color of apple happens to be like, it formed the rules. So what is happening here is, once it has its own rules, you give the new item, it is able to predict based on the rules, right? This happens through something called as an algorithm, which we are going to see. You can spend a minute on this. Is it visible to the last rows? Okay. Okay, done with the reading? If you have completed the reading, can someone tell me basically what you understand by those two terms? One is the machine learning, the second one is the artificial intelligence. I don't care about right or wrong, you just tell me what you think about it. This is not like a class, basically a discussion, all of us are there. Right. Color is not matching. No, it has been given only 2. It has not been trained on a third one. No, within whatever it has learned, that is what it is able to do. That is the limitation of it. I will tell you. I'll give you a small example. No, I'll tell you. Because this was not designed by him, but I will tell you. How do you unlock your phone? Face. What happened during COVID when all of us were wearing masks? It could have said no, right? It has not been trained for it. It simply says lock it. It has been trained on lock or unlock. There is no third scenario. We also went with the same thing. In fact, I can give you a dog now and also see for an apple and banana, how will it classify a dog picture? You can try this. That becomes the limitation also. That's what we are going to see. Your model is as good as your data, right? In this particular case, say for example, if I am working in the field of this is a simple example. Now say for example, I am looking at a defect of a product. A product can have 1,000 defects. So what happens here, if you take a single selfie of the eye, it can basically identify 600 diseases which a normal ophthalmologist cannot do because it has been trained on that. That is the whole idea. Because the limitation is that beyond training, you have a scenario where it goes on training by itself. That we will come to that later. At the machine learning level, we are looking at the data. Data is being used for training. To that extent, it is going to work. Beyond that, it cannot go. Say, for example, you can give a third option set, I can't decide. Say, for example, I am unable to decide. I have given, instead of a banana and an apple, I can give a cat. It says, that, come on, it is neither matching this or not, I can't decide. That also can be given if you are in a doubt, right? Did I answer yours? Right. Now, coming back to this, when you are talking about machine learning, the whole idea is that you have certain data. Based on the data, the machine emits the behavior. That's what we have seen. How it emits the behavior is using what is known as an algorithm, right? Algorithm is nothing but a set of instructions that are given in terms of either solving a problem or in performing a task, or sometimes in terms of even formulating a problem also. So that is the first part that is it. Now interestingly, if you are talking about the AI part, if you can see is somewhere 1956, right? You have John McCarthy, MIT. But then the interesting thing is we have a term called as AI winter. That means in winter, what it means is something goes into the cold storage. So when you're talking about a cold storage, what it means is, it is like sleeping. Now 56, 66, 76, 86, 96, after almost like 40 to 50 years, then again, the interest in AI started. Two reasons. One is, you can train the machine using the data. Now, if you look at 56, 66, 76 kind of a scenario, not much of data is available. Today, you have abundant data that is available. That is one part. Second thing is, what about the power of the machines? Now, your smartphone could be more powerful than probably the computer that was used for the first time to land on the moon. You are carrying lots of amount of power. You are also carrying lots of amount of data. That means, interesting perspective, sir. These two basically were propelling the growth of AI. If you really see what is happening right now, tons of information is available. You have lots of what I call processing power that is available. So interestingly, AI has taken the forefront here. Of course, these are the perspectives of two scientists. You can spend a minute. Okay, done with the reading. So one is your Tom Mitchell, who has written one of the best books in the area of machine learning. Second one is, of course, the person who has contributed to machine learning, who is known as Arthur Samuel. These are the perspectives of these two people. Just for our discussion, we have taken this. Okay, now please see this. We have a few interesting questions at this point of time. If I can give you a picture of a dog and a cat, will you be able to discriminate between a dog and a cat? I give you a picture of a dog, I give you a picture of a cat. Will you be able to tell the difference between a dog and a cat? Lunch is good, I agree. But lunch is for the class, no? Or class is for the lunch? After that, again, don't worry, after this class, again, snacks will come, right? We are very good at doing that, right? Now, the interesting part is something like this. How do you know that an animal is a cat? Based on? Okay. When did you first learn that it is a cat? So probably when you have seen this animal, someone told that this is known as a cat and this is known as a dog. So how many times they have told you? Probably a couple of times, and then slowly you internalized it. A couple of times, and then slowly you see, it is quite interesting. If you're talking about learning, the first thing that you need to look at is how we learn, how we learn. If you can understand how we learn, then the next question is in terms of how systems learn or how computers are going to learn, right? So interestingly, at this point of time, if I can give 1,000 pictures of dogs and 1,000 pictures of cats and tell each time that this is a cat, this is a cat, and this is a dog, and this is dog, over a period of time, we are basically looking at the generalization. That means data is given as an input, then the abstraction takes place, and then the generalization comes here. Please see this. Your data is the input. Today, there is no depth of data. You have as much data as possible. Abstraction of the data using the algorithm that is chosen. Then the generalization is coming here. So these two are important here, and this is more important at this point of time, the data that you are giving. Now, please see this. When it comes to understanding AI, remember, AI is not a single technology. There are many things. You have supervised learning, unsupervised learning, then you have reinforcement learning, then of course you have something that is related to artificial neural networks, right? All these scenarios are there. Together basically, they constitute what is known as AI. So if you look at what is termed as supervised learning, you give an input and give the label for it. What is the label for this? Dog. You give an input and label for this. Every time you give an input, you're also giving a output, so that you're training the machine by telling that next time when I give you an input, you need to give me the output. You're hand holding the machine in terms of what it has to do. In this case, identifying that particular picture, right? So this is what is known as supervised learning. Now, interestingly, if you go further, we also have something known as unsupervised learning. Now, what do you do in unsupervised learning? Interestingly, you have some data. You feed that data, there is no training. In the supervised learning, what is happening? Training is there. That's the reason why you are calling it a supervised. You are hand holding the machine in terms of what is the task it has to do. Now, in this case, algorithm runs, output comes. That's it. I'll give you a small scenario. Now, these two people, they happen to be similar, at least by their looks. Both seem to be fitness freaks. Okay. Both seem to be riding bicycles because you can see the dress, you can see the helmet. This fellow purchased A, B, C. This fellow purchased A, B. Can I recommend C to A? This is what your Amazon does. Interesting scenario, sir. If you go and browse a particular product, it says people who purchase this product also purchased A plus B plus C. Interestingly, it's a very beautiful e-commerce application that is there. What happens if the relevance is there? If the relevance is there, what happens? You will end up sometimes the utility, right? As you said, one is definitely with your experience, temptation is something that all of us are prone to, right? And the impulsive purchase, right? I'll give you a small scenario. What is any one of you have a printer at your home? A home printer, right? A home printer, just as an example. Now, what is the difference between a home printer and office printer? Office printer is heavy duty printer. Home printer prints, but you are not looking at hundreds of thousands of documents. Maybe one or two whenever you need it out of emergency. If you want to take, you will take it, right? So once it so happened that I was looking at this home printer. So I purchased one home printer, and then interestingly, there were recommendations. People who purchased this home printer also purchased one is A4 size papers. Okay, fine. And of course, it showed a cartridges. And the third thing it has shown is a cover for the dust, right? Which I didn't purchase, which I purchased after 3 weeks. Because you don't use this every day. After 3 weeks, I saw it was getting dusted. It was gathering dust, not being used. Your recommendation talks about a dust cover which you remember and you go for it. That means your recommendation cannot be blindly done. Your recommendation cannot be blindly done. It has to be done where there is some amount of relationship. Today, all of us see OTTs. Person who has seen this picture, it knows. And similarly, other people who have seen this picture, which is the other picture they have seen, It is basically, if you look at, it is all about mathematics. Collaborative filtering is there. You go with any of the similarity metrics that are there. You go with either Jacquard similarity, or you go with the cosine similarity, right? Or you go with the Pearson similarity, and then compute the similarities. If similarities are there, immediately you are going to recommend. So that is quite interesting as to how today these are shaping up almost most of the decisions that we take. So what is the essential difference between supervised and unsupervised learning? Any one of you? Training with the label, outcome label, right? And here there is no training. You gave that, it said, okay, this seems to be one group, this seems to be one group. There is no training that is given there. Based on the algorithm, it is going to give you the output that is there. Now, quite interestingly, especially when you are looking at different scenarios, you find that some of these, they without knowing that we are being exposed to that, we get exposed to these kinds of algorithms that are, say, for example, news is there, news. If you look at the internet and search for news, all the similar news comes at one place. Another similar news comes at another place. Say, for example, if you have a chunk of news related to India winning the T20 World Cup, all the news items related to India winning the T20 World Cup come at one place, and all the news that is related to your Iran war versus Israel as well as US, that comes at another place. Again, clustering is happening here even with respect to the text data. Quite interesting. So this is just a way of giving you a whole idea in terms of what is supervised, unsupervised, and semi-supervised learning. Right now, you don't need it, but just to give you an idea in terms of what constitutes this. But as you have seen, you basically give the training. Based on the training, when you give new data, it is able to make the predictions. Now, is this only with respect to this? For example, if I am talking about classification, if I am talking about classification, now you have two things, A and B. Now, if I call something as A and something as a B, this is classification. But interesting perspective here is I can look at a scenario where I have the area of the house, and I have the price of the house. I have the area of the house, and I have price of the house, and I have the data of some 10,000 houses that is there. Interesting thing is using something called as regression, can I predict the price of the house if someone gives me the area of the house? I am linking a function. What I am trying to tell you is, if I am trying to say that price is a function of the area, that means that as area keeps on changing, price keeps on changing. So how I arrive at this particular function? I try to maybe find some kind of a best fit line for this and say, if I am using a linear regression, then what I am trying to do here is, I am trying to predict the price using the area. Is it supervised or unsupervised? Supervised. Why? You need to predict the price. You are telling that this is the area, this is the price, this is the area, this is the price. What is the outcome variable? Price. Input is the area, outcome is the price. Okay. Just to give you some of the examples that are very popular. Okay. If you look at again the cutting edge of AI, which is known as deep learning. Now, this neural nets, artificial neural nets are nothing but this is a mimicking of the human brain. A mimicking of the human brain. See, whether we accept it or not, if you go by the neuroscience people, our entire body works on the basis of the transmission of information in what is known as neurons, right? So what they have done is, they modeled something called as artificial neuron, where the input is taken and then the input is processed and the output is given. Now, just to give you an example, now if I have a scan data related to a medical patient, what are the features are there? Morphology, height, stiffness, and thickness. If I give it to these neural nets, now it is able to finally give me the answer whether that particular tissue is a cancerous one or a healthy one, because it has been trained earlier on these parameters. It has been trained, and then what it is doing is it is basically trying to give me an output like this. I'll just show you how this data would look like. If I have it, just give me a minute. I'll just show you. Okay, I think right now in this folder it is not there. Maybe some other class I'll show you, because it's not meant for it also, but it is quite interesting. Or this comes. Okay. It is not on this machine, so we'll come back to that later. Now, this is what is deep learning, which is where you have layers, the input layer, the processing layer, and the output layer. This is another form of even converting the input into output. That means, given a certain input, you are able to basically get the output. Like you are given some features of a scan, and then it is able to basically give you the outcome variable. Achha, are we connected? Are we connected? Right? Yeah, in fact, we are connected. Now, if you can go to a site like this where you have the public data sets that are available, you can see this many different types of data which is available. Now, I was actually referring to this particular data where you have the biopsy of a piece of flesh that is taken from the patient, and then what they have done is they looked at the tumor diagnosis. Unfortunately, these tumors could be either benign or malignant, right? Tumors always, they need not be cancerous. A tumor outcome could be, a tumor is there, but you are safe, it is not cancerous. The second thing is, tumor is there, but it is basically malignant. So, this is the kind of data that is taken. If you really see this, diagnosis is the target variable. All these are the input variables that are there. Please see this. All these are the input variables that are there, and your diagnosis is the target variable that is there. So, in this case also what happens is, you basically look at predicting whether a particular sample, the diagnosis is malignant or benign. Again, the outcome you can see that the diagnosis M is for malignant, B is for benign, for which all these are the inputs. All these are the inputs that are there. This input data, whatever is taken from the lab, it is trained with respect to the known results, so that for the unknown results, the machine is able to give the answers. Okay. Any one of you please tell me what happens if you touch fire? In fact, recently in movies also, I am fire, I am wildfire, this, that people are saying, no? So, if you touch fire, it burns. How do you know? Did the teacher say 100 times, right, touching fire? Somewhere all of us burnt our fingers, right? And then realized. Next time, what did you do? You avoided fire, or you said that, okay, if I am going to touch fire, it is not a good idea. Learning things based on the outcome. Learning what to do from positive experiences, learning what not to do from negative experience. This is known as reinforcement learning again, if you see. Even an AI agent, say for example, if you look at gaming, what kind of moves will give you the positive results, what kind of moves will not give you the positive results. So, behavior is dictated by looking at what is the kind of output that is there. So, from here, as I told, we already talked about artificial general intelligence and artificial narrow intelligence. So, when you are talking about this LLMs, right, these are like large language models. If you look at your ChatGPT as one of the examples, it has been trained with the data almost all the data available on the web. If you look at in one of the interviews given by this Microsoft people, they were saying that when they made a decision to invest in this OpenAI, $1 billion is not a small amount of money. What happens if the project is not successful? Today they say that whatever that $1 billion they have invested 5 to 6 years back is worth around $20 billion. Because you found that this model is working, people are using, people are subscribing to the model. So these are what are known as LLMs, which we will discuss in a minute. Now, irrespective of whether you generate audio, video, messages or anything, this is known as generative AI. Why it is generative? It generates, right? That is the whole idea behind generative AI. And from there, again, if you go here, your ChatGPT, chat-based generative pre-trained transformer is what we are talking about. It can generate responses to questions. Now, you would have already experienced this. You type a question, it tries to give you an answer. I'll just give you one small analogy. When you're typing on your phone for a WhatsApp or a message, does it try to predict the next word? Now, in a way, if you can see, it is trained in advance on a large amount of the written material available on the web, pre-trained. Now, what does the transformer do? It can process the sentences differently than other types of models. That's why it is called as a transformer. Without getting deeper into the technologies, what we are looking at is, again, you can see this very clearly. A neural network is working at the behind, and what it is trying to do is, based on the input that you have given, it is able to basically give you an answer, just like a human being. It is trying to give you an answer, right? Now, these are some of the popular applications of your AI. Your virtual assistants, chatbots, recommendations, price determination by the taxis in real time, demand and supply, semi-autonomous driving. So you can look at trading in the stock market. Like in medicine, lots of impact is there, CT, X-rays, and other things that are there. Quite interesting. This is the kind of reality that we are looking right now. Now, what is at the back end now? This is the interesting question. Apart from the software, apart from the algorithms, what is there? Now, to start with, most of you would be definitely working with the computers. What is a CPU? What does it do? So, your central processing unit is like the brain of the computer. Any input that you are giving, it has to be processed through the CPU to convert it into an output. Now, this is the classical CPU that is there, and then your microprocessor is the physical implementation of a CPU, because at the end of the day, the chip is going to do everything for you. There is a last sentence that is given. Please, anyone of you read it? Okay, so CPU is like all of us, right? Assuming that all of us are smart, okay? But then we will see why we are calling it like this. So it runs Windows, any of the operating systems, opens the applications, handles logics, does one task at a time very intelligently. Now the game changes. Please look at this. Okay, GPU is graphics processing unit. What is the meaning of graphics? Okay, we need not think much about graphics. Is about handling images and videos. Performs thousands of small calculations at the same time, used heavily in AI and deep learning. These have been actually designed for the gaming purpose. But then interestingly, when you look at your AI and deep learning, what is happening is, you need to perform thousands of small calculations at the same time. So this became very much suitable for the applications in AI. If you are looking at any serious AI application, you need to have a GPU. CPU itself is not enough. So your GPU is like 1,000 students solving simple math problems at the same time. CPU is like, okay, one by one, sequentially, your professor, right? You can just spend a minute here. We'll come to the other things later. 10,000 numbers to add, CPU, one person adds them one by one. GPU, 1,000 people, each add 10 numbers at the same time. So GPU finishes. That means that velocity or the speed is there when it comes to GPU compared to that of a CPU, right? It is not about the logic. It is all about basically the muscle. When you're talking about the GPU, your ability to do things faster. How it is done, again, we'll see. If you look at a CPU, I'll take you through what is called as a core that is there. Just see 4, 4, 4, 4. So if you are talking about the cores in a CPU, how many cores are here? 4 into 4, 16 are there. Here, please see this 10 into 10 or 10 into more than 10. So you have more than 100, right? So interestingly, number of cores in a GPU are higher than the number of cores on a CPU. Now, what is a core? It's an individual processing unit inside a CPU or a GPU. Think of core as a mini brain inside the processor. Now, each employee is one core. So what happens if you have more number of employees? More work can be done. 4 cores, 4 tasks, CPU, 8 cores, 8 tasks. But whereas your GPU can have thousands of cores. If you're talking about a GPU, you can have hundreds or thousands of smaller cores. Each core is simpler, designed to repeat the same. Look at here. That is like a smart processor which handles complex issues. When it comes to a GPU, what is it doing? Similar types of calculations, multiple, thousands, hundreds, millions. When you see that, it is able to do. Now, your GPU cores are like 2,000 students solving the same simple math problem. But whereas when you're talking about your CPU, 8 highly trained engineers solving difficult problems carefully. That's the basic difference between these two. So at the end of the day, please understand that your GPU is all about the muscle power, right? So this is where you find the differences between a CPU and a GPU. CPU, complex decision making, sequential, few cores, but they are powerful. GPU, repeated calculations, parallel tasks, many small cores. That's the essential difference in terms of looking at a CPU versus a GPU. Okay, I think more or less the same scenario is there. If you are looking at the difference here, please look at these two scenarios. What is happening here? When it comes to training the AI models, when it comes to repetitive parallel work, your GPU is scoring much better than the CPU. Okay, you can spend a minute. Your all AI is about matrix multiplications. Now you see this, I'll just give you an example. If I can take a scenario, can someone tell me what determines the price of a house? What are the factors that determine the price of the house? Area of the house, definitely. Locality, facility, let's say quality, blah, 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 right? At least half a dozen factors are there. Now, I give this as inputs. So, for around 10,000 houses, of the data of what is the area of the house, what is the location rating. Say, for example, a location where crime is very much there, the location rating is less. For an area which is relatively peaceful and where generally there are good roads and other things available, the location rating is high. Then I can look at the facilities, I can look at the other things. So I give all this. And then what is the price of the house? Your price of the house is the target variable. Now, if I am looking at this interesting scenario, you please follow this very carefully. How much weightage I need to give to area? How much weightage I need to give it to locality? How much to this and how much to this? This results in, again, in a way, matrix calculations, right? So what is happening here is when you're talking about AI, please remember that it is all about matrix multiplication, large data calculations, repeating the same math millions of times. So what is the technology that you're looking at? A GPU or a CPU? GPU, right? But then the story doesn't end there. You also need to look at a couple of things. One is RAM. RAM is like a temporary memory, right? So for example, if you look at the interesting scenario, when you are working, you get things, keep them on the desk. After working, you take them back. You clear the disk. Similarly here, when you're talking about the scenario, your random access memory is a short-term memory. You switch off the computer, it is gone. But whereas your main memory is something different, which we are going to see later. Now, RAM is very fast. It helps in multitasking. So most of the systems that you have, they have 16 GB RAM. When we went for MBA in analytics, we had to update it because sometimes they do the simulations on the big data. So most of them, if you can check, they are 16 GB RAM. Now, VRAM, please see this. From RAM, we are moving to VRAM. What does V stand for? Interesting. Why video? Because when you are using GPU, GPU is good at what? Graphics. Graphics include videos, right? So interesting perspective is you are talking about a video random access memory. This is used in conjunction for the GPU. If RAM is for CPU, VRAM is for GPU. So very large images. So for example, right now we took a very small data of apples and bananas, but then interestingly, very large images, huge number calculations, parallel processing is there. So if you have a VRAM, it is dedicated for this task. So it becomes easy for you in terms of working with the data. Now this is our old good friend, which is known as a hard disk drive. Maybe if you look at the classical computers anywhere, the small what you call cylindrical disk will be there, and there is an arm, reading and writing is done. Just like if you can take the example of a gramophone record where there is a reader and writer, that needle is there. Here that arm is there. A small arm reads and writes the data. It is like a spinning metal disk. But then the interesting thing is it is mechanical. Moving parts are there. When it is mechanical, automatically it becomes slower. That means if you are looking at very faster calculations, maybe this is not a good idea in terms of taking the data, writing the data. But then the best part about it is cheaper. So why HDD matters in the context of AI? You can look at images up to 100 GB, video data sets up to 1 terabyte. So these can be cheaply stored on this particular device. One of the reasons as to why we are going for it. More traditional if you are looking at that spinning one. But then what is the improvement in this case? The next level is solid state drive. You see there are no moving parts that are there. The entire way of storing the data is different. So therefore it is much faster. Just like a box, it is going to be there. No spinning disks, no moving parts, uses flash memory just like a pen drive. So data access is instant. That means again you are able to work at a higher speed because you don't have any of the moving parts that are there. As you can see, larger data sets, big software libraries are there. This can help me in terms of loading the data sets faster, install AI software quickly, speed up the training startup time. So interesting perspective is your SSD is a fast modern storage device that permanently stores your data without using the moving parts. That's the best way of looking at improvisation compared to that of a HDD. Okay, now since we got into this, you also need to look at what is the cache. You can spend a minute on this. Small ultra fast memory inside the processor. Now we have a best example here. You get things from the supermarket, you store them in the fridge. Which are the things that you keep in the kitchen for every time usage? Right? So the interesting perspective is if you are looking at your kitchen shelf is like a cache. The repeatedly used ones which comes, they're kept on the cache because they are on the core itself so that immediately you can access this. Otherwise you need to go to the RAM at least. Otherwise you need to go to the RAM. If not the RAM, you need to go to the permanent storage. So cache is a case where you are going to look at frequently used data, frequently used instructions. So the processor doesn't have to go to the RAM again and again, right? So this is where the role of cache comes into the picture. Okay, you can see as the distance increases, the time lag is more. L1, L2, L3, if you can see, as the distance is increasing, the time lag is more. L1 is very small but very fast. Similarly, you can go L3, larger but slightly slower. Closer to the core, the faster. Okay. Now your core could be accepted as a worker. Cache is quick access memory for that worker. So as we have seen, your cores perform millions of calculations. Cache keeps important numbers ready. Important things are kept ready so that your time lag is reduced, right? RAM stores the working data, VRAM stores the model data. Without cache, the processor would slow down a lot. Okay, now comes the hero, TPU, Tensor Processing Unit. Tensor Processing Unit, TPU. So obviously, who is the builder of this architect? Google. Probably you could have understood by this time when you're talking about AI, this fellow does, Google does a lot of work in that particular area, including your driverless cars and everything. So special processor built only for AI. Earlier, your GPU was built for gaming, but it could be used for AI, you took it. Now, if you're talking about a TPU, TPU is the processor specifically built for AI tasks, which is quite interesting. You go further, why was the TPU created? CPU is good at thinking, GPU is good at doing many calculations. But specifically to run AI math extremely fast, TPU has been built. Specifically, these fellows knows what kind of calculations are required for AI, and they built a processor that is good for doing the math related to AI, right? So Google created a TPU because AI models became very large. GPUs were powerful but consuming more energy. AI needed to do even faster matrix calculations. So they built a chip optimized only for AI tensors. Your tensor is a large number table. You can just understand it as a matrix. You can see here. If you're talking about a simple vector versus a matrix versus a tensor, your tensor is something like this. You can imagine this to be a three-dimensional cube. If you're really looking at the data, you can imagine this. So what happens here is a simple table of numbers, rows and columns. But as you go further, the complexity keeps on increasing. Now this is basically built for these kind of situations, and most of the time the kind of calculations that are done are matrix calculations. Okay, you can spend a minute on this. Interesting, you can see that vectors from 1 dimension to 2 dimension, 3 dimension and 4 dimensions. If you see the way, see at the end of the day, every bit of data is digitized, whether it is a picture, whether it is a video, or whether it is text, and then it gets processed. So this is specifically designed to perform AI mathematical operations faster and more efficiently than a CPU and GPU. See, sometimes when you look at building something for that purpose, it is called as a native device. In this particular case, if you look at a tensor processing unit, probably this is the first of its kind where you have built a processor for the applications in AI. Pardon? Okay, okay. Now you see this interesting perspective is if you are looking at a 3 dimension, right? He's talking about this and this plus this. Looking at this, what they will do is they break everything into pixel data. So in fact, let me tell you, once we were going through a training program on finding a what do you call, taking a picture of a leaf and detecting the disease. By taking a picture of the leaf, you give it to the AI, it will detect the disease. For us, it is like a picture, but when they break it down, the picture will have layers, right? So interestingly, what is happening here? I am able to visualize only 2 dimensions, but when you break this data, what is happening? There are layers that are there. So interestingly, that is the other dimension that is there, right? Now here again, you see videos. What they are saying is, in addition to this, frame by frame video is there, multiple frames. So therefore, he is calling it as a 4D. Can spend a minute on this. CPU, GPU, TPU. So which is the best part of the program? Is it the AC in the hall or the food? Which is better? No, no, no. No, no, I could literally see some of you sleeping. That's the reason why I asked you this. Nothing more than that. Because a good, cool environment is there inside. I too like it. He is sincere. He is saying heavy food is also there. Can I proceed? So are you ready for one more processor? Okay, please look at NPU, Neural Processing Unit. Neural Processing Unit. Neural Processing Unit. Okay, where is this used? Okay, like if you look at all your mobile phones, probably your laptops. Now, the NPU is getting into the smaller devices. Let us see this. If you look at a TPU, where do you use a TPU? Now, in your Visakhapatnam, data center is going to come, Google data center, that to Google's. That fellow will definitely put TPUs there, right? Interestingly, is a TPU required for a smaller device? See, a TPU which is used in the context of a big data center, right? It becomes an overkill for a smaller device. So that is again one of the reasons that is there. So NPU is used inside your personal devices, right? Now, why was NPU created? AI started moving from the cloud to device. Interesting. Now, if I am talking about the other processes that we have seen, one way of doing this is, now you have seen just now the demonstration that I have given using teachable AI. What we have done in teachable AI or a teaching machine is that I uploaded pictures. Where was the training done? Not on the local machine, not on the local machine. I was connected to internet, otherwise I can't do it. So it happens on the server of that particular company, which is nothing but the cloud for me. It is not happening on my local machine. Now, if something has to happen on my local machine, what is the advantage? The first advantage is that you need not be connected to the internet. Now, what do we do here? Instead of sending data to the servers, you started basically doing things like face recognition. Now you see this. Face recognition, you use your mobile. From there it goes to the cloud, then comes back. By the time it will be afternoon. So interesting thing is the time lag is not there. Voice assistants, camera enhancements, real-time translation. Look at all these are today's realities. You need to run directly on the device. NPU makes this possible. Quite interesting. Now you can look at a few examples. Now, how many of you edit photos on your phone? Change the lighting, or say for example, in your photo someone else is there, you want to remove that fellow, or you want to put some other person. All this you can do. Now interestingly, this is being made possible. So if you look at otherwise the GPU, it uses more battery, generates more heat. GPU not needed for small tasks. NPU is better for smaller devices, energy efficient, optimized for small AI models, perfect for the mobile devices. So your NPU, which is small and power efficient, this works better for smaller devices like our smartphones as well as your laptops or maybe your tabs, any of the other things, right? Now here comes your, now these are some of the platforms that are included as a part of your syllabus. In fact, a teachable machine comes towards the end, but it's not a good idea. Let's start with the teachable machine. That's the reason why I took you to the teachable machine. It can recognize images, sounds, recognize body poses, all directly from the browser. That means you need to be connected. Please remember that you need to be connected if you are using this. This is one of the platforms. Now, why these platforms? Any one of you? Why should we use these platforms? One is, I didn't use any coding. See, when I gave apple and banana, it didn't write a piece of code. That means these are the platforms which are known as low code, no code. In some cases, a little bit of code. In some cases, there is no code also. No code, low code platforms could be there. For us, this is the best place to start with. It doesn't mean that you need to know programming and then only you can go for analytics. Without knowing programming also, you can go for analytics. You can run all these functions from your browser. Now you can see this. You might have seen this when I demonstrated this. Now you see this sitting versus, standing versus squatting. Squatting is a sitting position. They are basically looking at the yoga poses. Now what is this best for? Beginners, students, practicing. Remember, this is not for industrial applications. A small model that is there. You can run a few examples just to understand at least the concept of how machine learning is working, what is AI and other things, we can do this. So not for large business applications, limited customization, very big data sets, you can't go for it, but it is beginner friendly. So if you would like to make it easy for your students or for your audience, better thing is you can start with a platform like this. This is one of the platforms, not every platform is like this. But then please look at the next platform. What is the name that is given? Any problem? Now you will not sleep. No. It happens. Even if I'm sitting, I will get sleep. Don't worry. I sleep a lot in meetings. Don't worry. Okay. Now please look at another scenario where what is the advantage here? You don't need to write complex code. Designed for businesses, startups, analysts. That means a little bit better than the teachable machine, right? At least small businesses can use it. So automatically what is happening? You give the data, you give the problem, training occurs, testing occurs, deployment of the model works. Quite interesting. Now you can see this. If you're a retail business owner, you can look at customer feedback. You can look at defects from your images. All this can be done. This fellow has already built in a package. Only thing is you need to pay for it and then you can use it. What makes AutoML powerful? This fellow has infrastructure. I need not buy all of these things. Google has it. I need to subscribe, right? So CPUs, GPUs, TPUs, everything is there. Scaling, that means from any smaller data set to larger data sets also you can go for. Provides model accuracy metrics. It's much more advanced than the teachable machine. Relatively better compared to the earlier example that we have seen. Please look at the next one. H2O.ai, right? Again, a platform that helps businesses build AI and machine learning models using low code, no code. Now, this is known as automated machine learning, widely used in banking, insurance, healthcare, and retail, right? It will run the problems on multiple models. And see, the same problem can be run on multiple models. And then you can choose the best of it, or you can choose the majority of whatever the result is getting, you can go for this. All this is done automatically. Now, this is your orange data mining platform. Now, you should take a note of this because probably from tomorrow you are going to work on orange. As per your syllabus, most of your training is based on orange. Orange is again a free, please see the best things about it. It's a free open source drag and drop tool. You don't need any coding. You don't need, just it is like you need to pull things, keep them one after the other, give this is the data set, now you give me the visualization for it, or you do some regression on it. You need to just pull these things and keep them one by one. These pulling blocks, they are known as widgets. They are known as widgets. You can just build the workflow. I'll just show you how this workflow is all about. You can just say orange data mining, you will get it. And then lots of tutorials are there. They give you lots of videos in terms of how to use it. You highly user friendly, very simple. Now this is how the workflow will be there. Your file is there. From that file, you can look at the data table, or say, for example, you like to run a particular model and look at the results. You would like to plot it, right? You can do any of the things. Thing is, you need not do anything. You need to keep on pulling this and attach one after the other. The workflow gets created here. Then NIME is one more scenario. This is again a powerful data analytics and AI workflow platform. So it is more advanced than Orange. Again, NIME, if you see, it is more advanced than Orange. Used widely in companies, research labs, as well as industry projects. Veka is a very old software, but again, the best part is around 10 to 12 years back, we were using this Veka. It's a classic machine learning software for research in education, right? Both research and education, you can use it. It is just simply, you need to run, you need to click, right? You need to choose the algorithm. It is going to do the working, and then it is going to give you the result. This is about Veka. Then there is something else known as Rapid Miner. Again, a low-code AI and data science platform. Low-code AI and data science platform, more business-oriented and enterprise-ready. As you can see, this is basically meant for businesses. So businesses means, please remember, they will not be free. As the scale increases, so for example, if you are looking at your Gmail, what is the free storage available for you? 15 GB. After 15 GB, either you need to delete your mails or purchase. So interestingly, to a certain extent, they could be giving it for free, but beyond that, especially when you are deploying them on an enterprise scale, you need to pay for it. Okay, these are some of the scenarios. Now, please see, there is an interesting term that is given here. What do you find here? Okay, just tell me what is edge AI? On the edge. AI on the edge. That means AI is not in the cloud, it is on the edge, means AI is on the device. Your AI is actually literally on the device. You are running AI directly, literally directly on a device at the edge instead of sending the data to the cloud. See, most of you would have seen this Chandrayaan landing. So during the Chandrayaan landing, if you see, one way is you can control the lander from the earth. What is the problem? Time lag. You need to get a signal from there. Now you need to take an action. That signal has to go there. By the time lag is very much. It is not instantaneous. By the time you take it, something else happens there. So what they have done is, they built an AI system within the lander, where it keeps on comparing the pictures it has been fed with, along with the actual terrain, keeps on making changes and keeps on coming down. That means, who is controlling it? It is controlling because the AI has been installed on the system itself. That means otherwise, the other way is that it can go to someone else, they are going to take a decision, come back. But in this particular case, very clearly you can see that if you are talking about the scenario, if it is cloud AI, data goes to a server, processed, sent back. Edge AI, data processed instantly inside the device. Smartphones, CCTV cameras, smart TVs. You talk about anything smart, probably your AI is sitting on that. You can see a few examples. Smart refrigerator. Can a refrigerator detect if the food is going bad? inside the refrigerator. You can't keep it forever, right? So interestingly, it alerts when the items are about to expire. You have internal cameras that are there. It can detect the food items. It can maybe suggest the recipes. Smart LED learns usage patterns, adjusts the brightness automatically, saves the electricity. Smart microwave oven is also there. So as you see, almost everything is becoming smart. And essentially, if you are today looking at maybe Hyderabad, almost every street you have AI. The one is they are forcing the what you call the individuals who are living in independent houses plus apartment communities to install. Second thing is some of the installed ones commercial side are there. The third one is the traffic police centers, they have installed whatever is there. So for every investigation, it is starting with the camera. Interesting thing is, if I can have a surveillance camera, I am looking for a person. Now I feed it to the machine, and can the camera alert me if it is able to match the person with the image it is getting? So quite interestingly, but then facial recognition always a reality, but then there are issues we'll see later in terms of what can be permitted, what cannot be permitted. Even with low internet or no internet, sometimes these are capable of working. Faster threat detection, lower bandwidth usage, better privacy is there. And then of course you have seen today, you look at cars. Now if a car is not enabled with the AI, now it senses that it has to stop, there might be a collision, so it will send the signal to the server. From there it comes by the time collision happens. So the interesting case here again is if you talk about milliseconds matters, you can delay, your delay can cause accidents, local AI ensures instant reaction. Look at any of the scenarios that are there, it is all about alerting immediately. That means you are able to get the response immediately without any time lag. And finally, you can look at the smart appliances. Most of them you find there as the kitchen appliances that are there. So you can see that in most of the cases, if you look at the future trend, probably you are witnessing a AI chip inside every device. Almost inside every device, you are visualizing an AI chip. Probably the future is going to be edge plus cloud. A certain amount of AI on the system, sorry, on the device plus cloud, and together you are going to live in that kind of a world. More personalized and autonomous appliances are there. So this is where my discussion stops. Any questions? Probably, because your NP is more suited for the device. But say for example, if it is a smaller device, fine. If it is a larger device, if they find that beyond NP, if you can go for it. But for smaller devices, it is always NP, the best thing. Yeah, I think it is exactly 3:30. Thank you very much for your patience, right? We'll meet again, right?
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Mic check. Hello, hello.
I think someone was asking for the chemistry related ML. Who is it? Okay. What we are doing is for the specialization, you will get people from the chemistry, right? Because I can't speak on chemistry, right? So for the individual what you call specializations, the concerned people will be coming. Okay. That sound came in, so it is connected. Okay, maths, how many are there? Can you give them? You can give 2 to maths. 2 tables. How many tables are there for mathematics? These 2. 1 here and 1 here. And then this is chemistry. Then we need Two more, please. Right? You are from? Physics. Okay. Sir, Meeru? Maths? Physics and other physics, na? Okay. Meeru kuda ikkada join అయిపోతారు. కెమిస్ట్రీ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నారండి? కెమిస్ట్రీ ఇటు వచ్చేయండి మరి. ఏంటి మీకు ఇష్టం లేదా కెమిస్ట్రీ? వచ్చేయండి సార్. ఫ్రీ ఫీల్ ఫ్రీ, రైట్? అందరికి వచ్చాయి కదండి అన్ని టీమ్స్కి? ఓకే. నౌ యాక్చువల్లీ you wanted to tell me something? No, sir. No. Right? So this session is all about the data, right? But if you look in terms of data, when we actually see data from a machine learning perspective, we look at the types of data, what are the issues, what are the data related ethics and other things that will come later. But the exercise that you have for the next 15 minutes is like this. In your respective areas, generally speaking, when it comes to research or when it comes to the experimentation, what kind of data do you deal with? What kind of data do you deal with? You need to basically explain that and make it like a presentation. You have 15 minutes of time in your research or in your experiments, right? In most of the cases, especially for maths and physics and chemistry have experiments, no? Lab is there. So what kind of data do you deal with? That is one. And of course, physics and chemistry experimentation is there. Mathematics, your entire life is about data only, no? Right? Information, numbers, and your mathematics people? Your physics. Where is maths? Maths is here. So in maths, generally, what kind of data do you deal with more regularly? You can just talk about that. With examples. On the chart. Chart me change. I am not defining the data. You need to define from your own perspective, because in general, all of us have some understanding of data, right? In your respective areas, what is the kind of data that you deal with generally on a regular basis, right? Both, whatever it is, research or classes, whatever it is. Chemistry, say for example, is dominated by what kind of data? As far as your experience is concerned, what kind of data do you deal with regularly, right? Say for example, if you ask me about business, I deal with sales data. I deal with advertising data. Like that, what is the kind of data you deal with? చెప్పండి సార్.
మోడల్ అంటే ఎలాగ, లైక్ మేము ఒక ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ ఏదో చేస్తాం,
డేటా గురించి, అందులో మీరు డేటా గురించి ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ గురించి అక్కర్లేదు. మీరు డీల్ చేసే, సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీది ఏంటంటే స్పెషలైజేషన్ ఫిజిక్స్ ఉందనుకోండి. సపోజ్ మీరు టెంపరేచర్ డేటా ఉంటుందా, సపోజ్ చెప్తున్నాను, నాకు తెలియదు దాని గురించి. దాంతో ఏం చేస్తారు, ఎలా యూస్ చేస్తారు, వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ డేటా డూ యూ డీల్ విత్, అవి తీసుకోండి. ఓకే, యా. మీది ఏదండి స్పెషలైజేషన్? ఫిజిక్స్ కదా. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఏ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ డేటా యూస్ చేస్తారు? సపోజ్ మీరు ఫిజిక్స్లో ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయనుకోండి, వాటి నుంచి ఏం డేటా తీసుకుంటారు? ఓకే, అవి తీసుకున్న వాటిని ఎలా యూస్ చేస్తారు? ఆ డేటా మీరు తీసుకుంటున్నారు, దాన్ని ఎలా డిప్లాయ్ చేస్తారు అనేది. ఓకే, ఎట్లన్నా ఉంచండి. అదే మీకు ఎలా వస్తే దానికి తప్పు రైట్ ఏం లేదు. డేటా మీరు ఏ రకమైన డేటాని డీల్ చేస్తారు, ఆ డేటాతో ఏం చేస్తారు? ఓకే ఓకే, అదే ఏ డేటా, ఆ డేటాని ఏం చేస్తారు? ఆ డేటాని మీరు అది మీరు చూడాలన్నమాట, రైట్? ఓకే. Not needed. Just it's about data, not about maths. Yeah, best. You can give it. Absolutely no issue. You can give. Any data is data for us. Only thing is to look at the diversity of the data. Maybe the kind of data someone else is talking about versus the data you talk about versus the data they talk about. When you keep it side by side, you can really find the differences. Okay. Say for example, ఇక్కడ చూడండి మీకు జస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఫిజిక్స్ అనుకోండి, సపోజ్ పార్టికల్ ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చింది. కెమిస్ట్రీ మాలిక్యులర్ సిమ్యులేషన్స్ ఇస్తారు. మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ లార్జ్ న్యూమరికల్ డేటా సెట్స్. జస్ట్ టు గివ్ యూ అన్ ఐడియా ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ డేటా. క్లియర్ విత్ దిస్? అదే ఉండాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మీరు ఏది డేటా అనుకుంటే అది ఇవ్వండి చాలు. Okay, 5 minutes over. You have another 10 minutes. సార్ మీదే గ్రూప్ అండి? ఫిజిక్స్. అదే 3 ఉన్నాయి. వాళ్ళు కూడా అనుకుంటారు. Okay, let me just tell you. Do you deal with number series?
Yes, sir.
Give it. That's it.
Yeah, that's also.
To start with, that's also because whatever you are giving, that is as far as your specialization is concerned. That's the data.
Yes.
Where it could be done, how it is used. Okay. You need not go exactly deeper. Even at the very basic level, the different types of numbers that you deal with, and what is its basic meaning, why you are using, right? You can do.
Okay.
Otherwise, what is that you are working on?
We are working on student.
Okay, that is also fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Three diagrams, please.
Please hurry up. Okay, anyone ready with the chart? Yeah, please. ఒక నిమిషం కూర్చోండి, ఫోటోస్ తీస్తున్నారు, కూర్చోండి. పని చేయండి, ఇటు నుంచి తీయండి, మీకు అది కనపడుతుంది. I think we should be ready now. Teams which are ready can come here. Yeah, teams which are ready can come. Better entire team comes here. Because rather than one person, others will be there to help him out. One can hold, one can make the presentations. Okay, all of you please, okay, if you are done with it, please stop so that we'll be ready with the presentations. Please introduce yourself, sir, and make the presentation.
Material science and domain.
Yeah.
In that crystallography, specification, in that analysis of a crystal, we will take a specimen to understand and analyze the material. We have various techniques, including X-ray diffraction, XRD method, SEM, scanning electron microscopy, TEM, transmission electron microscopy, Raman, and infrared spectroscopy. In XRD technique, we need two coordinates. One is angle 2 theta, second one is intensity of X-rays. In SEM or TEM techniques, we need to depth of the specimen and size. In Raman or IR, we need two more sets, intensity and Raman shift or wave number. Using these data sets, we characterize the whatever crystal we need to analyze. We will do this like this.
Okay, thank you. Next, please. Whoever is making the presentation. Yeah, I think please look at this.
Very good evening, one and all. My name is Ubaidullah Sharif, lecturer in physics, Usmania College.
This is Dr. Venkatesh Pudi, coming from Tirupati.
I am Dr. P. Venkatramana, lecturer in physics, DNR Women's College, Palkol.
Yeah, please.
Sir, this is a small experiment in physics. This is called junction diode. But Ohm's law. We verified Ohm's law. V is equal to IR. Here in this experiment, we had to keep the voltage constant and varying the resistance, we have to find out the power factor here. P is equal to IV, that is I is the voltage, I is the current, V is the voltage. The current here, power increases and current keeps low or decreasing the current. This is the experiment we did.
The data verifies
By this, the data is verified Ohm's law.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next screen, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please.
So physics experiments all are data collecting processes only, sir. We will collect the data at least in some experiments 4 to 5 times, or in some experiments nearly 20 to 25 times we repeat or we collect the data by varying the various parameters, sir. So we have listed here 4 or 5 such simple experiments to show how the data is collected on varying which parameter, which quantity we are going to determine. Myself, Lieutenant Dr. Yusuf Basha Sheikh, sir, from Government College, Rajmundry, lecturer in physics, sir.
Myself, Dr. V.S. Bhagavan Netheti, lecturer in physics, Dr. V.S. Krishna, Government Degree College. Here, generally one of the experiment I am explaining, generally PN junction diode. Modern day, all devices are functioning because of transistors, NMOS and PMOS. We can say complementary MOSFETs. But basics are these MOSFETs, the basics which are coming from PN junction diode. If you know the junction property, how the current, these are all voltage control devices, MOSFETs. Because of that only nowadays we are seeing our laptops and everything. So for that, the basic experiments are how the current is controlled here. We will collect the data, voltage versus current. How the PN junction diode behaves. Up to 0.7 voltage, the PN junction diode will not send the current through it, through the junction. There is a new voltage called 0.7 voltage. At that, current starts beginning through the junction. It starts conducting. That's why while operating these all devices, there is a new voltage called 0.7 volts. If you give the 0.7 more volts, then that sends the current. Otherwise, it won't send the current. That is the logic behind our digital computers. So we will collect the data, voltage versus current. These are the graphs. Even transistor also like this. This is the input characteristics of the transistor, which looks like the same input characteristics of the PN junction diode. If you send the reverse voltage, if you increase the reverse voltage, there is a breakdown voltage. This is called, after this breakdown voltage, the diode will start burning. So it starts conducting current. And that means even reverse direction, if you send the other direction, current will not pass through the junction diode. In a forward direction only, current will. Forward direction means there is a P type and N type. Positive type, if you give positive battery and negative terminal connect to the negative type, that is called forward bias. If you reverse, positive type, negative terminal, negative type, positive terminal, that is called reverse biased. So generally, these all devices operates in a forward biased condition. So in reverse biased condition, current will not send. So this is the input characteristics of a transistor. This is the output characteristics of the transistor. In transistor, what will happen in the output characteristics? Generally, current at after certain voltage, it is will not grow much. It is just almost constant. That's why these bipolar junction transistors are called as you can say current controlled devices. If you send how many voltage, if you give, the output voltage, output current is same. So like that only by operating this. Okay,
Good afternoon all. I'm Sanjeev from Government College Rajmundry, Faculty of Physics. So one of the experiments I'm going to explain is this LCR series resonance circuit. This is a simple circuit that we use in majority of all our communication devices, even our TV remotes. or TV sets work on that. By choosing proper values of LC or combination, we can choose a particular frequency. So that frequency is given by that 1 by 2 pi root LC. It depends on value of L and C. So by choosing a proper combination of L and C, we can choose a proper frequency. So that is what we choose our channels. Some ETV, GTV, whatever TV channel you are selecting will be tuned to a particular frequency. Another data set. So values of L and C variation will give you a set of frequencies that we are going to choose. Another experiment I am going to explain here is coming to research. It is perovskite crystal data sets where the crystal structure of these perovskites materials especially vary with the size of the atom you are choosing. So it could vary from cubic structure to orthorhombic, tetragonal. Different types of crystal structures will arise just by tuning the radius of the atom you are fitting into that crystal structure, and that variation in the radius of atom will reflect in the electronic properties, magnetic properties, or whatever properties that the material is applicable for. So just by tuning the properties of the atomic sizes, you can tune the applications. So that's where majority of the mining.
Statements, concluding so generally, data is highly important to conclude what kind of results will come in physics. So if you take the input parameters, values of the physical parameters of the values, based on the physical parameter values, we will, by using formula, we will come to a conclusion how that particular device or how that particular instrument is working. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Next one, please.
Mistakes. So, yes, sir. Myself, I'm Dr. Mallikarjun, chemistry faculty. So, our topic is chemistry data analysis. So, we can study molecules in two ways, that is qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. So, in qualitative, we can identify the inorganic ions, either cations or anions, and identification of the organic functional groups in the molecule and spectral data. So coming to the identification of inorganic molecules, we can check the color, we can check the solubility, we can check the state, we can check the order and the flame test, we can check each ion, each cation by using different tests. And coming to the organic functional groups, similar points, we can flame test, color test, water test, solubility, and saturation, unsaturation, and test for aromatic, aliphatic. So next identification test for each functional group and confirmation test. So we can analyze the molecule like this. And the spectral data coming, so if you want to find out the structure of the molecule, we have to go for the spectral data, IR, NMR, UV, mass. Based on that data, we can find out the structure of the organic molecule. And quantitative will also, explain? Rajesh sir will explain.
Sir, so good evening to one and all. So not only this qualitatively, but we also determine the quantitative part of the chemical compounds also. For example, if you take in titration methods, so we will take some known concentrated solution and we add it into an unknown concentrated solution of the compound, and we'll by the type of the titration, like acid base or redox or precipitation or complexometric, in different ways we will quantify the analyte, the chemical compound whose concentration is unknown. So like that we will do the quantification of the compounds, and there the data involves.
So in potentiometry, conductometry, so there are, we can take this data and we can find out the concentration of the solutions also. Thank you.
Even pH and temperature measurements also during a chemical reaction, how the pH of the solution is changing or how the temperature is changing. That means we can call it as a time series data. So with the time, how the temperature and pH are changing, we can quantitatively we can tabulate those results. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we need to make it fast.
A very good afternoon, all of you. So we are all from mathematics. We have designed an experiment on testing how socio-economic factors and educational qualifications of a student determine their outcome of the education, whether they'll be employed, whether they'll be unemployed, or they may start their own business. So this is an experiment we have designed, and to conduct this study, we need to collect some data. So the kind of data that we are choosing is as follows.
Socioeconomic factors we taken as a gender, age, mother tongue and father and mother ages and family income and siblings. How many siblings are there? Occupation of the mother and father. And their education qualification, their student, how he graded 10th class, intermediate and UG level, and what is the achievements in the education and extracurricular activities, and future plan for the student who he is choosing. So this is the student data we collecting data and analyzing their conditions and they give the results.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ఎంతేనా గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ వినపడడం లేదేంటి ప్రెస్ చేయాలి So coming to organic chemistry, we classified mainly into two categories: theory, lab or research. Coming to the theory, mainly we discuss chemical reactions. In the chemical reaction, the data we need is what are the reactants and what are the products that we deal. And coming to the another aspect, how the reactants get converted into product, we deal as a reaction mechanism. The data required for reaction mechanism is all the fundamental aspects, how the reactant converts into product. And coming to the, after the reaction is completed, we have to know whether what kind of product is obtained. That can be done using structural determination, UV, IR and NMR analysis. Coming to the IR, depending on the functional group frequencies, we decide which functional group is present. And coming to the NMR, we find connectivity using chemical shift and spin splitting. That is the theory. Coming to the lab and research, we classify all the experiments into two ways. One is qualitative and another one is quantitative. Coming to the qualitative analysis, we can reduce the waste using microscale experiments and using the low concentration of the products. And coming to the quantitative, you can classify experiments, conventional and green synthesis. So whenever you completed a reaction, the first thing you have to monitor whether the reaction is completed or not. That can be done using TLC, thin layer chromatography. And all coming to the research, whenever you want to plan any research in organic chemistry, the first thing you know is retrosynthesis, and then synthesis, and then you predict reaction conditions and sustainable material design. All these coming to the research orientation. And after the product reaction is over, we have to purify the product. That can be done using chromatographic techniques, recrystallization, etc. Now, sir will discuss about physical chemistry.
Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Suresh Babu, from Satvana College, Vijayawada. Yes, mainly research work is done in organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry and general chemistry. Very little people will done in physical chemistry. Mainly about theory, I will discuss about theory of physical chemistry. Mainly it depends on electrochemistry, chemical kinetics means order and molecularity of reactions, determination of order and molecularity of reactions, chemical kinetics, and then regarding thermodynamics and states of matter, solid state to liquid state and gaseous state, Boyle's law, Charles' law, and Avogadro's law, ideal gas equation, PV is equal to nRT, and mainly based on these concepts, pH of pH scale, determination of pH using different methods. So mainly these chapters research work will be done. Thank you. Surface chemistry also. Inorganic chemistry, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. The last and the other part is inorganic chemistry. To deal with inorganic chemistry, either in the research or in the teaching, we need various data. We all know that in periodic table there are 118 plus elements. So we need the behavior and properties of all the elements as part of data. So while getting the data, we can predict the properties of all the elements, how they behave, how they bond together, and all those. And then in research or laboratory purpose, we need the ions behavior, how we characterize them, how we analyze them, identify them, like that. So for the salt analysis, we need the data of the behavior of ions or reactions of ions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Myself, K. Sivakrishna, lecturer in mathematics, Palapullu. We are taking a simple example, sir, in numerical methods. This is the input data. Suppose we are taking population for the periods approximately taken 1920, 30, 32, 40, 42, 50, 1950, 1960. This is the input data, sample data. Suppose this is the problem solving, making decision is the formula. Output is the, suppose we are solving all the values, applying in the formula, we will get output. So this is the simple making process of the data sets.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now let's look at a few issues here. All of you presented data, is it uniform? So what you thought to be data differed from one another, even though you are coming from the more or less the sciences background. What is relevant to you, you have presented. So for example, interestingly, if I look at chemistry, most of it, they went with a descriptive part, right? In both the cases, you went highly with descriptive. Of course, here you went it, but then you tried to change it in the form of a graphical format that is given. Here completely you have gone with the numerals here. Again, you have gone completely with the numerals. There they have given a few charts, I believe, right? They have given a few charts and then they try to deliberate a lot in terms of what is happening there. They try to explain something using that. And coming to yours is the first batch that has done. You have just given a flow chart in terms of explaining whatever the scenario that you would like to depict. Now, the interesting thing is when you're talking about data,
As we have seen in the previous class, data basically is the input for AI. There is no artificial intelligence in the absence of data. That's where later also you will realize that in your respective areas, your data becomes the input. But then to understand the role of the data, the issues that are related to the data, see, your data basically is like a fuel for the AI. Just like if you're talking about a engine, right? You need the fuel. Now, in this particular case, basically you're looking at the data as the fuel for the AI. Now, you look at any kind of scenario, you talk about predicting something, you talk about maybe trying to mimic something. Basically, you need to look at the data. Now, you can see this. Speech recordings data, pictures data. In fact, they talk about millions of images. The whole idea here is when you're talking about more relevant data, better trained AI models, more accurate predictions. So your entire model is dependent on data. Now, this is the critical issue here. The reason is, if your data is gone, even if you're using a supercomputer and building a model, you are gone. Because essentially there is some issue with the training data that is there. Now, from a broader perspective, if you're looking at the data, right? Now, some of you very neatly have given tables. This is structured data. A data that could be organized in the form of rows and columns, very clearly defined. So you see the structured, organized strictly in rows and columns. You can look at your Excel files, you can look at your databases. Now you see this, sometimes you talk about semi-structured data. That means that it's a bit structured but not completely structured. I will take you through a few examples. And then of course, finally, when you're talking about unstructured data, say for example, chemistry, right? The way you presented the data, maybe if the same data has to be presented by someone else, the same structure may not be there. Maybe probably when they are trying to demonstrate the Ohm's law, is that right? Right? Maybe if I need to demonstrate more or less, even if I shuffle the columns, each column remains the same. Say for example, if I'm talking about what V is equal to IR or I is equal to V by R, whatever the scenario that is there, I need to have the voltage, I need to have that impedance, then I need to have the resistance, right? So the interesting case here is, broadly speaking, your data has to fall somewhere here. Now, what I mean to say by unstructured data, your text, images, audio, video, it is quite difficult to put it in an ordered way. That's where the whole, what you call structure of the data basically changes. This is where you talk about the architecture of the data. Now, I'll take you through a few examples. When you're talking about the structured data, it is easy. Tabular data, any of the tabular data is your structured data. Now, unstructured data, images, text documents, audios, videos, they come under unstructured. Now, this is a bit interesting. You talk about JSON files and XML files that are there. So, if you ask me, you can look at this particular scenario. I am defining something as name, then age, skills. So, how many fields are there here? Name is one field, age is one field, and skills are one field. Data has labels, yes. Data has hierarchy. That means that name, age, skills. Hierarchy is something like this. When you write an address, what do you do first? The name of the person, then house number, then maybe the building number, then the street, maybe then the particular town or village, whatever it is. Next comes the state, next comes the maybe country, right? It is nested. Very clearly, hierarchy is there. Now you are having a hierarchy here. But then what is happening is, your fields do not have to be the same for every record. For a tabular data, these remain the same. Name, age, skills, they remain the same. In this case, for a different person, you can have a different structure. So what is happening is, it seems to be having structure, but there is no complete structure. This JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Maybe not required at this point of time, but just you need to understand that this basically represents what could be termed as a partially structured, that is semi-structured data. Similarly, when you're talking about this extensible markup language, which is XML that is there, you find more or less the same scenario where tagging is there, nesting is there, but again, fields can vary across the documents. That means the same fields will not be there. Depending on each of the example that you are taking, the fields might change. That means a bit of structure, if you really look at the unstructured data, it is quite difficult to look at the structure. Now, if you are talking about a structured data, perfectly structured, right? You define every column, you define every row. But whereas when you're talking about the semi-structure, partially structure is there, but partially the structure is not there. Now, if you look at your data also, somewhere down the line, your data falls into one of these categories. Either it is completely structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data at the end of the day. Now, as I told you, if you are looking at this big data, now what do we call it as big data? The data that cannot be handled by the existing traditional tools. That means high velocity of the data. What do you mean by velocity? Let's say, if I can take the example of an experiment of CERN, CER in physics, right? Most of you could relate. The volume of data that comes is so huge that you need to have a different kind of system to capture this, right? Then, say for example, if I'm talking about velocity of the data, you look at stock markets. If I'm buying and selling, it has to happen immediately. I'm not the only one who is doing buying and selling. Like me, there are lakhs of other people daily trading on the stock market. Volume, velocity, variety. So if you look at your social media, one is a picture, one is a text, one is a video, one is an audio. Nothing comes in the same format. Nothing comes in the same format. So what is happening is variety is there. And finally, veracity is how much you can depend on this data in terms of taking decisions. What is the genuineness of the data that is available? These four are considered to be the characteristics of what is known as big data. So what is happening is your scientific research already operates on big data. So for example, here, when we talk to our physics people, we used to have one physics person, professor who used to come and teach for us for some of the papers related to big data. They talk about spectroscopy. You put an object and then it gives the output based on the properties of the object. It gives output in terms of numbers. Various rows and columns of information is generated. Now for the already known material, you have a pattern that is available. For the unknown material, when you do this, what happens is it generates the numbers and it matches with the pattern. It says that probably this material belongs to this particular class. It is trying to give you an idea. So what is happening here is when you are dealing with especially the big data. Now for us, if you are talking about the social media data, I'll later take you through an example which is quite interesting. Or if I look at Amazon data, you look at this. What is the first page you have visited? How much time you have spent on the first page? Which are the products you have browsed through? Which is the next page you have gone to? Did you put the product in the basket or not? After putting in the basket, did you purchase or not? So that what they do is they use this data to see or to predict whether the fellow will buy or not. A pattern is there for those who buy. A pattern is not there for those who do not buy. 90% of the people who follow this pattern are buying, and maybe probably 90% of the people who follow another pattern, they'll go through the products, but they will not buy. So that fellow guesses whether you are going to buy or not, right? In the commerce perspective, when you're talking about the business, that's how we are going to make use of the data. So this is what is termed as the big data: volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. So why you call it as big data means the traditional computing systems, they cannot handle it. We need to go with the Hadoop is one kind of a framework that is there. Altogether a different way of dealing with the data. Then these days we have something called as Spark that is available because of the platforms that have been created to deal with the big data, because ordinary computers may not be able to deal with the big data. Now let us look at this. When you are looking at this big data, it gives many examples for the learning patterns. Now you see this. You have huge data available through your experiments or simulations. Using this data, can I train the machine learning? Can I train the machine? That's exactly where, if you are having a good data with you, that reduces errors and improves the accuracy. Now, once your machine is able to learn, because you have given the quality data, you are able to do this. Now you see, if I look at my Amazon, Flipkart, AHA, any of these platforms, the movie recommendation system, millions of people are looking at the movies. People rate the movies. I have your viewing history. I have your preferences. See, Netflix, what kind of data it basically, Netflix means almost every fellow will be doing the same thing. What are the devices you use to watch the movies? Do you use a laptop? Do you use a tab? Do you use your TV? Or do you use your mobile? Does the content of the movie change based on the device? How many movies you have rewatched? What are the portions of the movies where you have stopped the movie? What are the portions of the movies where you have rewatched? They need not do anything. Everything gets automatically collected. Because most of the cases when you're looking at using the digital products, what happens is this viewing history entirely is recorded. Now it becomes easy for this fellow to recommend the movies users might like. So what happens is when you are looking at more diverse and high quality data, you can build a better system. That means we are basically focusing in terms of the importance of data when you are building an AI system. So generally what we do is, when you have data, use somewhere across 75% of the data to train. I'll give you a small example. Now all of you mostly have a mail account, Gmail, right? You have a spam folder. Now how does Google send that, how does your Gmail send a mail to the spam?
Based on the number of users.
Keywords. One is that earlier, if I have marked from this address, it's a spam, that is one criteria. Yeah, someone else says keywords. Yeah, like you have won a lottery, congratulations, $1 million, immediately delete the mail, right? So the interesting perspective is you can look at the occurrence of the words, right? Or I can look at the origin of the mail. What is this mail coming from a remote African country to Indians, right? What is the origin? How many times you had complaints against this particular kind of a origin of the messages that are there? So what happens? You have this historical data. Now, can I train my model using the historical data? So I'll give it both the genuine mails and spam. Like the way we have given bananas and apples. You gave both genuine mails as well as spam mails. So what happens here, if you have good enough quality of the data, what you can do is, you give 70% or 75% of the data, it varies 60, 70 or 80, but maximum data you need to give it for training. Now, how do you know whether this training is working or not? You test it with the known results. So, known results, how much I am saving? 25%. This is known as test data. So, what I can do is, what is the 75% of the random data? Just don't take first 75. Randomly pick up 75% of the data and then again use it. Now, I will give you a small application from the banking perspective. If I give you a loan, what are the chances that you will default? That means you will not pay. It is for people like us, not for people like Vijay Mallya. They give them money knowing that they will not pay, right? That's a different case. Now, people who are like us, let's say, you go for a housing loan or you go for, let's say, a car loan. Now, that fellow looks at a few criteria based on earlier. Does this fellow have a job? What is the family size? What is the income? Does he have any past what you call a record of not honoring the loan he has taken? Then what are the chances that this fellow will pay or not? That means, does he default or he will pay back? You run a model. Earlier, how many people with these characters have defaulted? How many people with these characters did not default? This fellow falls into which kind of a category? So you basically use the training data. So what happens here is, you can really check this using the test data, whether the model has learned correctly or is it making mistakes. Now, some of you, any one of you tell me, why can't you use the training data for testing also? It already knows, it has been trained on the data. See, in the morning, what I have done is, from the apples with which I have trained, I gave the same apple. Strictly speaking, I should give a different apple. From the training, if you give it, automatically it will give the correct results, right? Now, this is the example that is there. Please see this. Movies watched, ratings, viewing time, search history, patterns in user preferences. Okay, real world applications, you can see Netflix, Amazon, Spotify, you name it, almost every fellow does this. We may not know that we are being monitored, but very clearly, look at a few cases how our data can be misused also. So when you're talking about this data, what you're talking about is, your AI system basically learns the patterns, right? So from the data, data is at a very raw format. If you're able to make some sense out of this data, you call it as information. And then from this information, you derive the knowledge. That's where basically you look at the hierarchy that is there. You can just spend a minute. Your raw facts or observations or measurements. Say, for example, in your lab, you have taken some readings. Do I understand them? It is basically data unless you define them, Similarly, I can give you some data that is there. Now, temperature readings, numbers in a spreadsheet, text messages, images captured by these cameras, one example is there here. So if you look at this without knowing anything, if I just look at these numbers alone are the data that are there. But then this data has to be converted into information. Now you see this. If you're talking about the information, you're basically processing the raw data so that you'll get some information. Now 78, 65, 72, this is the average score, this is the highest score, this is the lowest score. You're getting some idea in terms of what the data is talking about, right? So what happens here, information helps us understand patterns and relationships within the data. With this information, maybe I'm in a better position to understand my data. First thing is, this data is related to marks. And in this particular case, what is the average score, what is the highest score, and what is the lowest score? As I keep on analyzing this data, I start getting more information from the data. Now, when you're talking about the knowledge part, because we are talking about data as the raw facts, information is data organized in a meaningful way, and insights. See, in most of the cases, when you're talking about the usage of data, the final question people ask about is about insights. I'll give you a small scenario later to understand what it is, insight. Now, let me tell you, what is the difference between a mean and a median? Mean is an average. Now, when I'm talking about mean as an average, all your marks divided by the number of students. What is a median? What is the difference?
Equal divides.
Now, if you are 60, the median will put 30 this side and 30 this side. At this mark, half of the people are below this mark and half of the people are above this mark. Can I say the same thing about the mean? Interestingly, mean is affected by outliers. Very extreme cases which scored a high mark, very extreme cases which scored a low mark, they can affect basically my mean. So the idea here is that if I get this information, say for example, next scenario would be there. You looked at the performance of a student. You found that the guy is scoring good in maths, but the guy is not scoring good in, say for example, languages. What does it mean? Now that is what is the insight. Probably this guy has more aptitude towards numbers, or somewhere down the line has good support in numbers. Now where should I extend that support? To the other areas where the guy is not doing good. That's exactly where we talk about data, information, as well as the knowledge. So basically, your knowledge later followed by what could be termed as a wisdom is used in terms of the application part. Now you can see this scenario. Now weather monitoring is there, temperature readings every hour, humidity, wind speed, average temperature, highest and lowest. Now prediction that rain may occur. Now, please see this. All this is the data that you're doing. So for example, today if you open your Google app and then check weather, right, immediately you will get for whatever the location you have taken, they will say that maybe probably in Hyderabad today there are 5% chances of rain. Probably it may not rain because 95% there are no chances of the rain. So what is happening here? I can basically use this because I am predicting that rain may occur. I can use the decision to issue a weather alert. That means all systems more or less collect the data, analyze information and generate the knowledge or the predictions. Not every time it needs to be prediction, but as you said now, interesting thing. How many of you use text data in your presentations? Use text, right? How many of you used images? Some of the images you have used. Of course, audio, video we don't have. Tabular data, all right? What is the data you have used? Tabular data. In tabular data that is there. Time series, someone talked about time series data, is it you? In chemistry. Hey, you're saying no, he's saying yes. Right? Okay. Now, again, you can see this. Had it been, let's say, your data related to Google Maps, which could be something like spatial data. As you see, the data which you do not know. Text data, emails, news articles, customer reviews. We use in business left and right. There is something called a sentiment analysis where you go through the content and generate the sentiment, which is a part of text analytics. Now you can look at images, photographs, medical scans, satellite images, anything could be used, audio, video. You talk about the thing, irrespective of whether it is scientific data or non-scientific data, you find that all these are the examples of data modalities. That means your data can come in any form. One is the structure, the architecture, whether it is structured, semi-structured or unstructured. Now here it is in terms of the modalities of the data that we are talking about. Now very simple here when you're talking about the tabular data, data arranged in rows and columns. Time series, you know, January, February, March, April. If you look at my marketing data, we have sales in January, February, March, April, like that. or year-wise you are going to have the data. That is one more scenario. Spatial data, of course, we talk about the geographic location, we talk about the GPS data. Now, understanding data structures and modalities help us choose the write AI tools, prepare the data. Write AI tools as well as build the effective AI applications. So if you see this, this is where you can actually relate. The whole reason as to why we have asked you to do the exercises. This is like hypothetical data. But right now, you worked on certain data where you have gone with this, you have gone with this, you have gone with this. Just see this. These are all the ways in which you can basically look at the modalities of the scientific data, tabular data, time series data, as well as the spatial data. Now, let us look at the formats. This is even interesting, but very simple. Look at the text, emails, research papers. They come in .csvs, comma separated values. We have seen JSON and XML earlier. Similarly, images, video, audio. These are all the formats that are there. So if you look at the text part that is there, as I told you, comma separated values, JavaScript object notation, extensible markup language. Probably if you look at somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes back, we have gone through this examples where when you're talking about both a simple JSON file, that is basically a JavaScript object notation. The other one is the XML file. Under which category of data we have taken this architecture? Semi-structured, right? So again, these happen to be some of the repetitive cases of the data that are available when you're actually looking in terms of the implementation part. Now you can also see CSV is like this. Now you see this. X1 is 1.96. Y1 is 3.90, Y2 is 4.76, Y3 is 5.48. They just put a comma, give the heading and keep on giving these values. It will take it automatically because comma is the delimiter here. You can just see this. It is very easy to open in a spreadsheet tool like Excel. In fact, some of the machine learning models, when we run it in the classroom, we use generally what is known as a CSV format. It just looks like Excel, but actually speaking inside, every part of this information is basically delimited by a comma. That means whenever a comma is there, it knows that it is jumping from one column to another column. Now you can see name, age, city, blah, 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 whatever is given there, survey data, financial records, machine learning data sets. So why CSV lightweight and easy to process? One of the reasons. Now we have already seen this. When you're talking about this, you see this. Name is key, age is key, city is key. For the name, what is the value? Age, city, this is known as a key value pair. This key is basically common, right? But then the value changes depending on the particular person or the particular object that we are looking at. So mostly you go for applications in web, mobile, as well as the AI part. Now XML, like I told you, is extensible markup language. So again, uses tags to organize the data, something similar to the HTML. Here what is happening is you can basically see this. Now can you see this is student and then there are two brackets here? Then under the student, what is that first thing that you are giving? Name, then age. Now you are closing. That means this information for this particular record is done with, right? So data exchange between the systems is there, configuration. It was widely used before JSON became popular. Why you are talking about XML is, JSON is relatively new here, but prior to JSON you are using extensible markup language. Similarly, image you might be knowing JPG, right? PNG, GIF. Why you are using different things? The way the data, see if you carefully keep that what you call picture closer to your eye, what do you find? Pixels, dots. A grid is there, dots are there. Based on the highlighting of the data, the picture keeps on changing. At a very fundamental level, if you carefully look at the data, it is all about the pixels that are there. So when you're talking about these formats, so where are we? I think we are looking at the pixel formats, no? Right? Image quality, file size, everything is getting affected here. Popular examples, medical imaging, face recognition, autonomous vehicles. Similarly, your JPEG. See, I don't want to spend much time here, but Joint Photographic Experts Group is the name that is given. So uses lossy compression, which we are not getting into. What is the advantage? Reduces the file size significantly. Whenever you are uploading some formats, they take more data. Some formats, they take less data. Small file sizes, so easy to store as well as share. But then because it is small and then you are compromising in terms of the size, what is happening here? Some loss of image quality. You can very clearly see what are the merits and demerits that are there. Now, generally you look at the PNG, right? So logos, graphics, web design that is there. So if there is an animation, sometimes you look at a picture where some movement is also available, right? Like even if you are looking at your emojis in your WhatsApp or something, sometimes it smiles and then stops. That is a little bit of animation that is available where you can look at simple animations, limited color, animated graphics, short looping animations. Looping means the same thing repeating once again. Now the audio part, MPV, WAV, MP3. So you can start looking at different formats of the data. Now why you are talking about audio is today use a lot of voice assistants. How many of you talk to your phones? How many of you talk to applications like Siri if you are using an Apple, Siri? Otherwise you can talk to your Google Assistant, right? So all these scenarios basically you can start looking in terms of using the voice-based data. And coming to this image, you can really see the various formats of the images that are there. But then you see, you can have different scenarios. Looking at the amount of compression that is there, which is suitable for online streaming. Then your formats in terms of larger file size and high quality. And wherever you are using this application of video data, you need to have some format in which you can store this particular data. Now, this is where basically we are looking at what is the importance here. Now, one is the storage part. See, data you need to store. Now, which format is better for the data that you are looking at? Then is faster data processing. Say, for example, if I need to process this data, which format is better for me for the processing? Compatibility. I use one format, you use one format, my format is not understood by you, your format is not understood by me, that is one scenario. Then finally, you also talk about improved AI training. That means a better structured format helps the algorithms learn the patterns more effectively. So you can look at WAV, JSON, CSV generally being used. So what is happening here is choosing the right data format that will basically improve your data management, processing speed, as well as the performance of the AI model. Now, so far, whatever we have seen is highly technical in nature. This part is the part where lots of questions come into the picture. So we are looking at gray areas of ethics, privacy, and data usage. Let me ask you a few questions. What is the data you have submitted to the University of Hyderabad by filling a Google form? You shared your name, shared your email, shared your mobile number? Okay, college also. Okay. Do you like if I share this data with anyone I would like to share? Issues are there. When you're sharing data, see, the same applies when you're visiting a website also. Now today in most of the scenarios, even if I need to get a brochure of a college, they ask for minimum email as well as phone number. The moment I enter, I get a call after half an hour. So the interesting question here is when you're talking about the collection of the data, now this is okay, fine. Are you willing to share your credit card and debit card numbers also? No, you're a bit circumspect. Okay, maybe email ID is fine, phone number is fine, but you're asking about the credit card and debit card data. Forget about it. Will you give your bank account? Which is the branch where you have an account? What is the number of the account? What is the IFSC code of that particular branch? So you feel that basically, see, if nothing is there in the bank account, you can give it, right? So the interesting part is when you're looking at a few scenarios that are there, the questions are related to the ethics and privacy concerns. Is personal data being used responsibly? Question number one. Are your rights protected? Now you see this. When I'm talking about rights, what are the rights related to the personal data? Are AI systems fair and transparent? Now you are using Netflix, you are using AHA, you are using Amazon. That fellow is collecting a lot of data. Do you know what he is doing with the data? We don't know. We don't know. Someone knows your browsing patterns. Someone knows the browsing sites you visit regularly. Someone knows whether you browse in the night or morning. That means the person more or less knows about you more than what you know about yourself. So the interesting case here is understanding this ethics and privacy is essential for responsible data usage. Now this is the area, because when it comes to algorithms, when it comes to, let's say, training the systems, that is purely scientific in nature. But when you look at the important issues that are there, right now if you're talking about the personal data, what kind of checks and balances are required? That's going to be the number one question. Now, when you're talking about your data privacy, protecting an individual's personal information from misuse or unauthorized access. Two things. One is, I have your data. Can I misuse your data? Point number one. Second one is, can I have unauthorized access to your data? Now, this is the data I have. You agree with me. Your email ID is there, mobile. How much of your data is with your bank? Literally, your entire financial data is with your bank. Can they use it in an unethical manner? I know your average balance. I know how much salary you get per month. I know your spending patterns. I know, because today everything is done online, I know how much you spend on which category, how much you spend on entertainment, how much you spend on eating out, how much you spend on your medicines. Or probably if you look at medicines, your pharmacy knows what kind of medicines you buy every month. So interesting questions again, when you're talking about these scenarios, much of your data, when you're talking about this, when a person signs up for an online service, their personal information should be securely stored and used responsibly. Goal of this privacy, ensure that individuals control how their personal data is collected and used. At the end of the day, it is your data. How my data is collected, how it is being used, I have a right to know. What happens in the worst case scenarios? We have an interesting case also. So when you're talking about this privacy issues, unauthorized data collection. Now I'll tell you, somewhere around 6 years back or so, 6 or 7, I got a call saying that which candidate you would like to vote for. But come on, why should I tell you? Which candidate? They say that you're so and so, you're in this constituency. Which candidate you would like? We are doing a survey. Why should I tell you which candidate? I said I will not do voting also. So the interesting case is you can't have unauthorized data collection. See, it becomes even more interesting if it goes more personal. We'll see later some examples which are really like you'll be surprised the way your data gets used to influence you. Your own data is being used because I know your weak points, how I can use that particular data. Misuse of personal data breaches and cyber attacks. Tomorrow, what happens if someone attacks the bank server? Right? That's a big issue. We believe that the data is safe, but we don't know. It is a reality. It is a reality, right? Tracking user behavior without consent. It's like, you see, this is like this. You know a word called as stalking, S-T-A-L-K-I-N-G. What is stalking? Stalking is generally a person keeps on following the other person without the consent of this person. Now, this is online stalking, tracking user behavior without consent, sharing personal data with third parties. Now, I get a message saying that your SBI card will be blocked, press this link. All central government employees, they have it SBI only. But this fellow, how does he know that most of us get this? How does this fellow know that we have a account at SBI? Somewhere the data is leaking. It could be a simple clerk who can leak the data. But do you have the right kind of practices that are available, right? A mobile application collects location data. Your mobile fellows completely, your service providers know that right now, all of us are in this room. Interestingly, if you are looking at a scenario like people who are going to high-level meetings, they don't carry the mobile phone. Right now, your mobile might be recording whatever the conversation all of us are having. We don't know. It is as simple as this. So we only believe that they may not be doing. Right now, what is the Google app doing? What is the Apple app doing? I don't know what it is doing, but it is very much active. There are certain cases where even if you switch off, still the app keeps on working. They build the app in such a manner that even if you switch off the device, still it is going to happen. So these practices basically lead to loss of trust and legal consequences. Of course, we are basically getting into a scenario where the law is getting refined on this area. Now, what happens if your identity is taken away by someone else? What happens if someone knows your card details? They are just numbers, no? Where do you give your card? Online banking, you give your card. You go to a store, you give a card. They have your details. You just believe that they are not going to misuse it. Unauthorized access, loss of confidential information, loss of trust. So strong privacy protection is therefore essential in digital systems and AI applications. So if you look at essentially, Europe is very much ahead in terms of protecting the rights of the consumers. With respect to the data, this is basically related to that Global Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. This is a European data protection. This is HIPAA. This is from the US context, but it is more related to the medical research. So if you look at GDPR, right, what it basically talks about is how personal data can be collected, how it should be stored and protected, when data can be shared, rights of individuals over their personal data. Well-known regulations include GDPR. These regulations promote responsible and secure use of the data. So if you talk about the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR from the European Union perspective, protect the personal data, give individuals greater control over their information. Key principle, lawful and transparent data collection. Data used only for specific purposes, minimal data, strong security is there. So GDPR applies to any organization handling data of European Union citizens. Now rights, what are the rights that you are going to have? I can request access to their personal data. I can ask my bank, how much of my personal data is there with you? I can ask my Amazon, how much of my personal data you have collected? It is their responsibility to give it back to me. But since we don't have that laws, it becomes difficult. Right to correction. Maybe if some of my data is inaccurate, I can ask for a correction. A right to erasure. I can request deletion of my data. Why do you have so much of my data? I ask for the deletion, you need to delete. Right to data portability. Individuals can transfer their data between services. So for example, you have moved from one mobile service provider to another mobile service provider, one bank to another bank. You can transfer your data between the services. So what happens here is, the old bank no longer has access to your data because you are no longer the customer of the previous organization. So this helps you maintain control over the personal information. Similarly, your HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. This is from the US context. Ensure patients' health data is secure and confidential. You see this in most of the cases. If you look at some of the data that is considered to be very personal is the health information. Unfortunately, if you don't have the right kind of practices, this data keeps on getting into different channels which try to monetize it, right? Your medical records, test results, health insurance details, patient treatment information. You see this as many as possible, especially when you're talking about the kind of data that is there. So ensure secure storage and controlled sharing of the health data. Now this is the Indian perspective. DPDP Act is there. Again, Digital Personal Data Protection. Digital Personal Data Protection, DPDP Act. We are at a very basic level in terms of coming out with the citizens' rights related to the data, right to information, how my data is processed, right? Right to correction and erasure, we have taken from. Right to grievance, if you have any grievance, if you have a complaint, you can go for it. Right to nominate, individuals can nominate any other individual to exercise these rights in the event of the death or incapacity. See, I'll give you an interesting scenario. Once what happened is, in a particular case, the phone of the criminal was seized in the US. This phone happens to be an Apple iPhone. They went to Apple and asked to crack it open. They said, we will not do. Because he's our customer. We are not bound in terms of opening it for your purpose. What you would be doing, we don't. Finally, they had to try, and the news is that they were able to do it in their own lab. Because their purpose was, if I can open this phone, I can know more data about this criminal. But Apple's perspective is that when I sold this phone, I have an agreement with the customer. There is no binding on me that I need to share this data with someone else. So I am not going to open this. Now this is the kind, here nothing happens, everything is open, right? In fact, right now if you see, especially after the change in the government here, the accusations are that this fellow has taken so much of data from that fellow, this fellow listened to whatever they are talking. If you really see, that means we are in a very delicate area where we don't have any kind of a protection to the personal data. Now, there are issues actually. See, if I know your learning patterns, if I know your weaknesses, do I have anything to do with that? Your learning data, if it is known to me, I can use it in a different manner, right? If I know your personal data based on what kind of psychology you are having, I can use it. And there are interestingly cases that talks about how this personal data could be misused. So ethical usage is all about transparency. Transparency is about informing. I've collected your data. I'm going to use your data like this. Consent, get your permission. Fairness, don't discriminate or bias the usage of data. Security, protect the data from unauthorized access. So basically, if you have this, basically the trust is there, therefore you can do better. Oh, interesting scenarios. I'll give you a scenario, you think about it. Let us say, going by one of the cases in the US, now whether we like it or not, in the US, you're discriminated on the basis of the color of your skin, blacks and whites. Whatever we say, just like the way we have the caste system here, there, the discrimination is on the basis of the color. Say, for example, you have some bank where the clerk, when he is doing the routine when he is going with the routine loan applications, maybe this fellow would have rejected most of the applicants who are in black color, right? Now you are using the same data to train the AI model. What happens now? This is what is known as bias. Thing is, your data itself is biased. Morning we talked saying that, okay, I can use data to train the model. If my data is biased, the same bias gets into the AI part also. And this bias can be going in any other manner. So amplification of hidden biases, misuse of predictive algorithms, unfair or discriminatory decisions in the automated systems. Say, for example, we can use AI in teaching and learning also. Can AI discriminate if a person is handicapped? Now, earlier, on the basis of the data, it goes with the data. If the person by whom the data has been created has discriminated, the same data will be taken by the AI part also. So, for example, if there is a blind, we have blind students whom we call as not physically, the specially able student, because whatever we are able to do with eyes, that fellow does without eyes. So, I say that I will not be able to handle your queries because you are blind. Using this data, I will train the algorithm. What does the algorithm say to the blind fellow? I will not handle you because you are blind. Have you seen in some cases where AI was at least accused in terms of helping a student to commit suicide? This fellow asks, what is a better way of committing suicide? You do this, do this, do this. So interestingly, these are delicate areas. One is in terms of what is the kind of data that you are using, what is it that you are actually using AI that can be prevented. Because the moment the fellow is asking for this, the AI can alert the parents. If you're using it for the other perspective, looking at the kind of patterns that are there, you can use it for a better perspective also. So these issues again come into the picture. Transparency, fairness, accountability, as well as security. So what do we try to do here? We try to go with the minimum data collection, detecting the bias, transparency. If your AI system goes wrong, who is responsible? If your AI system goes wrong, who is responsible? The accountability part, right? And then, of course, that's exactly where you talk about responsible AI part that is there. Now, I'll just give you a scenario. Social media data was misused without the consent of the users, and then they were influenced. I'll just take you through that particular example. Now you can see this. Some of you might remember this. 2016, if you look at the US presidential campaign, there was this consultancy firm known as Cambridge Analytica, which basically did some of the campaigning work for Donald Trump. Now, what happened actually? Today, this company is closed because there was a scandal that was identified later. Personal data from Facebook users was used to influence political campaigns. Simple scenario. The firm had obtained data from millions of Facebook users without proper consent. You collect the data, you don't tell them why you're collecting the data for. You just say that it's some kind of a quiz kind of thing. Data was reportedly used in campaigns related to the 2016 US state presidential election and the Brexit referendum. Brexit is whether Britain should be there within the EU or not. So they have used in both the scenarios that are there. Now you can see this in terms of, let's say, some Facebook kind of a data where you give them some kind of a quiz or something, and then that is used for analyzing the psychology, right? Then you classify, for this fellow you give one kind of message, for this fellow you give another kind of a message. So there are various variations that you can do. So Facebook quiz invited users to find out their personality. So Facebook, what it said is in 2014, know your personality, answer this 15 questions, answer this 20 questions. Happily people entered. But what is happening is, the app collected the data of those taking the quiz, but also recorded the public data of their friends. I filled the app, my friends 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has basically mentioned that this fellow is like this, these are the 5 friends of this particular fellow. Around 3 lakh people installed the app, but it gathered information about 87 million people according to Facebook. It claimed the data was sold to Cambridge Analytica, which used it for psychologically profiling the voters in the US. They divided them into 5 major types. But CA denies it has broken any law, but then Facebook sends notices to users telling them whether the data was breached. So interesting behavior here is, what you do is, you just ask seemingly innocent questions. Seemingly innocent questions are asked. You share your personal data, collect the data of the friends' profiles. So larger data set is there, your likes, your interests, your social connections, your age, your gender, your income, your occupation, all this is your demographic information. Online activity patterns, anyway, they are going to be collected by default. After getting into all this, what you do is you classify them. So for example, if you look at the psychology part, people are classified into people who fall under openness, curiosity and willingness to try new ideas, conscientiousness, level of organization and discipline, the second one, extraversion, social and outgoing nature, agreeableness, tendency to agree and cooperate with others, neuroticism, emotional sensitivity and anxiety levels that are there. So these are known as the big 5 personalities. What these fellows have done is simply they use the quiz data, and then they have basically classified people into these scenarios that are there. Which are the areas where the fellow is scoring high, which are the areas where the fellow is scoring low. And then what happened here is, interestingly, they change the message based on the type of the person. Based on psychology of the person, basically what they have done is they change the scenario. So after building the psychological profiles, voters were grouped into target segments. Anxious voters. See this. What is going to happen to United States of America? So this fellow says that, okay, lots of people from Asia and other parts are coming and settling in America. Let's drive them away. These people are happy. Now, undecided voters, this fellow has not yet decided. Maybe I need to give a different kind of message to that fellow. Disengaged voters, interestingly. And then what is the psychological motivation that you can give them? So your messages are tailored to this psychological characteristics. Quite interesting. Now, micro-targeted political messaging. Now, you can see this. When you're talking about this, micro-targeting, different individuals get different political messages. Sometimes I play with your threat, with your fears. I'll try to zoom in on the threats that are there. Concerns about immigration, economic insecurity. We are talking about the American scenario. Manages conscientious voters, because stability, tradition, order. Now, whatever this fellow gets a different message. Now, high openness voters, again, you can see this. Innovation, social change, new policies. So what is happening here? Specific voters, groups, they get specific political advertisements. So interestingly, there is one more thing. Suppose some of them are my opponents. Can I suppress them from voting? Can I discourage these people from voting? This is known as basically voter suppression. Strategy used to influence the outcome of an election by discouraging or preventing specific groups of people from voting. So what is happening here? You're basically trying to influence undecided voters or discourage opponents from voting. So you can go with personalized ads, emotional messaging, reinforcing existing beliefs, whatever is there. At the end of the day, you try to encourage people who would vote for you. You try to give different types of messages. And then when it comes to, say for example, you see here, now there are relatively younger parents with kids. So it is for your kids' future that you need to vote for Donald Trump. These fellows will get that message. Maybe you may not get that particular message, but these people might be getting that message. Someone else gets another message. So the whole idea here is when you're talking about this particular case, first thing is you collected data unauthorizedly. Personal data collected without informed consent. You collected data. Did you tell people that I'm going to use this data for political campaigning? You said that take a quiz, but then your data has been collected. Manipulation of public opinion. Psychological targeting may influence democratic decision making. Lack of transparency. I don't know why and how my data was being used. Algorithmic influence. So everywhere the algorithm targets the person based on the psychology. And one more scenario here is, interestingly, today you go across any sites on the internet, your social media, posts, comments, search history, online purchases, everything, I can use all this and generate your footprints. That will basically give me an idea in terms of your personality traits and behavioral patterns. What is the kind of behavior you exhibit that is going to be there? So the whole idea here is you need to have strong data privacy protections that are there. So emphasis is on data protection as well as ethical AI practice. Of course, we don't want to spend more time on ethics, but the whole idea here is when you're talking about the data, remember, the first part is related to the big data, which we have discussed. Second part is related to the structure of the data, the architecture of the data, the various formats of the data. The third part is related to the responsible AI, which is more in terms of the societal implications in terms of how the data that is being used to create AI applications is going to have an impact on the society. So the whole idea here is when you're talking about the data, you should be very careful in terms of looking at the scenario where you qualify in all the aspects. Say, for example, I deal with only this, but not these two. I deal with only this. The whole idea is that you look at the intersection of these three. Can you basically qualify in terms of coming out with an application of big data that will satisfy in all the three scenarios? So this is what basically I try to convey to you in this particular session. If you have any questions, fine. Otherwise, it is 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful sessions. Thank you all the participants for making today's sessions successful. This beginning, we are concluding today's session. So everyone is invited for the dinner meeting. 7:45. Next week, so please join us for the dinner. Some of you are taking different case options. That's why I'm that person will take